values of home ownership. But yes, as MP Dixon said, there needs to be caution in many instances. But it doesn't mean that we don't do it, because for those that it does work, again, it does make sense, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the other point I want to make is that for us, as not for us, but for parents that have younger children that are going to university, for example, and they're going to come back and start working, this actually is part of the discussion that they have to have, so there is a long-term plan. In that respect, Mr. Speaker, I can speak from experience because both of my children are in university, and that's the conversation. Listen, you all need to start to plan for your future, because me and my wife, of course, are older now, and we have a different threshold and different opportunity to save, but they need to start thinking about that. And thankfully, Mr. Speaker, at least one of them are now thinking about that. And so I'm speaking now in terms of the importance of savings, the importance of pensions, and the importance of making sure that if you're going to withdraw your pension, that you do so with education and understanding, but not that it cannot take place. And Mr. Speaker, in terms of the overall plan, obviously I want to commend the government, because the idea of trying to encourage our residents to own homes is not just based on what we're doing today. Mr. Speaker, you know, and I see Mr. Susan in the gallery today from the Pension Commission, and he and I have had some conversations. But in terms of even the hardship opportunity to withdraw from your pensions, it would allow persons, as they go through this process, to ensure, for example, that they don't lose the house if they get to that extent. Again, Mr. Speaker, I can speak from experience because I do provide some professional advice sometimes. And yes, it is another vehicle by which persons can benefit, but it has to be done with education, with caution, with intelligence, and with guidance. Because what you don't want to do, Mr. Speaker, is say withdraw those funds, pay it down on a mortgage, and then still lose the house. And so that's another example whereby, yes, you can do these things, but it is proceed with caution. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'll say it one more time. And even if you draw the example of sometimes driving our cars, it is that there are dangers ahead, and it is not a red light, it's actually an amber light, which means proceed with caution. And so I'll emphasize one more time that to everybody listening, but to Junior Minister Josh A. Adams, that yes, of course, I support what you're doing because many people will benefit. Clearly, there needs to be some education. And then again, to go back to what MP Dixon said, but yes, proceed with caution because there are some drawbacks depending upon what people do. And so you can't just do it, in my words, willy-nilly. It's got to be done with definitely with understanding and with care and caution. But again, clearly, many people will actually benefit from this process. And for parents that are working with their children and for children working with their parents, again, is to have that fulsome conversation and don't be afraid of engaging other professionals to assist in the decision, and know also that the decision might be no. So one more time, MP Adams, in your role as Junior Minister, I do support what you're proposing, but I do recognize the concerns or the cautions that's been advocated by MP Dickinson, and so proceed with caution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, MP. Does any other Deputy Speaker?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've always had my reservations about dipping into anyone's pension, whether it be the scheme that they have, the system they have in government, where you can take a lump sum. And when people ask me about that, I said, don't take a lump sum because it will decrease your pension substantially. Now, if they're taking a lump sum to pay off a mortgage, then I understand it. There are different circumstances for everybody. But even when this was brought back and first introduced in Parliament, I believe 210 or 211 by Paula Cox, I was against it, right? But Mr. Speaker, I don't know everybody's circumstance because there are some people that can manage this successfully and some can't. And that's even so with the mortgage, getting a regular mortgage at the bank. Because, Mr. Speaker, I was thinking when I built my first house, the banks wouldn't give me no mortgage because I guess they knew my political affiliation. It was never been a secret. I was never discreet on where my political allegiance were. and they wouldn't give it to me. I said, it's fine. So if a scheme like that was in place and I was eligible, I'd have probably went there and get money to build my house. But that didn't happen. But I built a house without the bank. You know, we done it. We're done. You know, we done okay. You put a block a day, you'll finish. You will finish, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, thank God that this system is not available to the defined benefit plan, because I think the defined benefit plan is wrong, because really it's a Ponzi scheme. That's what defined benefit plan is, unlike a defined contribution plan, because the contribution plan is based on what that fund does a year. You can lose some this year, you can gain whatever. And that's the problem with the government superannuation fund. That's why it's underfunded. A defined contribution plan will get you in trouble. And let me explain no more, because you could be making $70,000 a year now, and you get promoted next week and you're making 120, and you retire in 2 years' time. Your final pension check is based on that 120. Is that fair? No, because people like you and I got to pay. We have to top up the fund, and I wish that was fixed, because as long as it's going to be a defined benefit plan, that fund will be in trouble. And I know they're trying some things now, which is crazy. Is there only one way to do it? You get what you put in it. It can't be no other way. Any other way you do it, you can have problems, Mr. Speaker. But so, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to be long on this here. I still have my reservations about taking money from pensions, because, as we said earlier, the pensions only started for most people in 2000. So that fund, and most of those funds will probably be a defined contributions plan. So that fund is not that deep, not that rich right now. And people have had many dips out of that fund. They've been into 2 to 3 times. I guess this might make 4 times. I don't think there's anything left. As I was reading something, I don't know what I was reading. I think in the last 3 dips, I think the total is about 350 million. I could be wrong. That's been taken out of this fund. That's a lot of money. So I'm never going to be a proponent, regardless who brings it here. I'm never going to be a proponent of going into people's pensions, whether it's for home ownership or whether it's for a lump sum payment. And I would always tell people, as I've done, when they ask me, what's your opinion on taking a lump sum? Because I'm trying to say, leave it. Don't take no lump sum. Get your pension unless you plan to die in 2 years' time. You know, only they would know when they're going to die. You know, I don't know. So they might do it for those reasons. That's why I say there's different circumstances for different people. And whilst this will benefit some people, because the intent of it, I'm in full agreement, because some of these folks is to be the only way they can get a house. So I'm not going to knock that for my own reasons, right? But there are some is going to lose not only their whatever they take out, they're going to lose your house too. Because if you have to borrow for a down payment, you're starting off wrong. You're starting off wrong right from the start. Even though some people have done that and done it successfully, and I applaud them. And I think this legislation brought by my cousin, Junior Minister Deshae Adams, is plausible. I agree with it, because I can't say don't do it because it's only going to help 50% of them. Any number that you can help, we should do it, right? But my personal opinion, and has always been that way, will never change, that I don't believe people should touch the pensions. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy. Is any other member? Minister Hayward?
Mr. Speaker, I thank the junior minister for bringing this legislation to the floor of the House. The party I serve is titled the Progressive Labor Party. Progressive because we have to focus on the future. We have to focus on change. And we have to focus on a different way of doing things. What is actually being proposed is a way in which persons can utilize assets they have to put into an asset that they desire to have. We're not talking about taking money out willy-nilly. There will be parameters around that. And so I understand the caution. But persons will paint a picture that everybody is in the same circumstance, that withdrawing of your pensions and putting in an asset is somehow going to cripple you in future years. But that is only looking at it from one lens. What happens if you look at it from the lens of where MP Burgess said, home ownership? Your greatest expense in life will be the money you contribute to rents or mortgage. Those seniors who have successfully been able to purchase a house and have used that house as income generator, I would say that they are in a much more comfortable position after retirement than those persons who solely rely on a pension. Let me repeat that. Those persons who are able to utilize their funds to invest in a house, if the house is paid off and it also has income generated, you can also generate income from that property. Those seniors are in a better positions than seniors who solely rely on a pension. Not only is that individual in a better position, but generations of that person's family will also be in better positions. That is the aim of this legislation, to put people in better positions. If we recognize that home ownership is difficult to achieve, let's make it easier for people to achieve home ownership. If we realize that people that retire with just a pension don't enable them to live a decent quality of life, let's set them up so they don't have to solely rely on a pension. We heard from the finance professionals who talk about investment returns and compound interest. What happens when the markets are not doing well? Because I'm a son of a nurse. And when that nurse retired, the pension she thought she was going to have from BHB, she did not receive. Because the market and with bad investments screwed her and other persons over. Should we solely rely on the vice of the financial professionals that put those nurses, those healthcare workers in that predicament? She was better off taking the money and investing in an asset that will generate her returns after retirement. See, we have to look at things from multiple lenses. There can be multiple truths under the same scenario. It can certainly be a positive for individuals, and it can also be a bad choice for persons to draw into the pensions. But what we are talking about is somebody moving the asset into home ownership. Well, you just can't take a piece of your pension and say, I'm reserving for home ownership if you don't have the assets, the additional assets, or the additional funding requirement to move into home ownership. That's not how the scheme works. Look at it from a young person's perspective who wants to be independent in this society. But because the financial institutions require so much collateral in order for a young person to get onto the property ladder, they are looking for other options. We've worked hard to put measures in place for persons to purchase the first home. What if somebody wants to take advantage of this scheme and they're $20,000, $30,000 short, but can use funds from the pension to place into that particular scheme so they can take advantage of low mortgage rates? Mr. Speaker, we can't continue to do the same things we've done in the past and expect different results. We can't be a country of no to our young people. We have to be a country of hope. We have to provide a means for persons to progress in this society. Doing the same things benefit the same people. We talk about how great pension plans are, yes. But the Premier came to the floor of this House, Minister of Finance, and spoke about the exorbitant fees that we have been charged. We should try to recoup those fees so it can go into supporting people with acquiring homes. We can't be a slave to these corporations and institutions that place profit over people. We saw interest rates rise and persons struggling to pay a mortgage. Interest rates have been clawed back. We don't see the same abatement in interest rates. And so, Mr. Speaker, when I look at this as providing an opportunity, better positioning our families to actually succeed. With any financial transaction, there should be a level of understanding of the risk associated with that transaction. But not only financial professionals are smart enough to comprehend that risk. Based off of what has been presented, a young couple should be able to go home, speak amongst themselves in terms of the opportunity, view their pension plans, and make a decision that is in their best interests. And if they do acquire a house based off of this scheme, they should be able to proudly look back and say, my government had a vision for my future, and I'm better off for it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, MP. I'm sorry. Thank you, Minister. MP Famous, would you like to make a contribution?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon to the listening public and my colleagues on the left and on the right. Mr. Speaker, I don't know much about pensions. I just know I get taken out of my money every month. I'm just a Belka worker. But what I do know about is property, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, like many people in here, my great-grandfather came from an island to the south of us. He was just a farmer. But by the time he closed his eyes and was buried in Devonshire, all of his children, many of his grandchildren had property. My grandfather came from that same small island, same small village, and he was a farmer as well. And by the time he died, all of his 10 children were given property. And I can say I benefit from that. I didn't have to worry about paying rent. I didn't have to worry about where am I going to build a house. It was there. So I consider myself privileged. The point I'm getting at, Mr. Speaker, is that most of us can say the same thing in here, that our grandfathers were able to leave a piece of property. Whether the family fights over it or not, that's kind of secondary. But they were able to do so. And most of those men and women never went even to high school, Mr. Speaker. So the word pension was not even the word. Two words were not even in the lexicon. Is that the right word? Lexicon? Two words weren't in the lexicon: pension and mortgage. They didn't have no job to get a pension, and the banks weren't giving people like us a mortgage. So they had to work by the sweat of their brow, from couldn't see in the morning to can't see in the night. This generation, my children's generation, you don't have grandchildren, but your grandchildren's generation, most of them have gone to high school. I would venture to say 80% or graduated. A large percentage have gone on to university. A large percentage have degrees. But guess what, Mr. Speaker? Even with all that, they could never afford to do what our grandparents were able to do 100 years ago: buy property and leave for their children. The world has changed. You now have to borrow money to get this. And borrow, not, I would say, almost extortion rates to get something to say, I'm going to leave something for my children. So I said, let's tie this in with another issue, Mr. Speaker. 2 days ago, I got an urgent call from one of my constituents. Oh, her landlord has given her notice to move out. Not because she hasn't paid rent, not because she messes up the property, but because the landlord's daughter needs somewhere to live. All right? So this lady who has worked all her life, educated her daughter, now has to struggle to find somewhere to rent. So what does that? She's at a point where the bank is not going to lend her money. Her daughter, who is university educated, if she gets trapped in that cycle of having to pay rent at the age of 20 something, she ain't never gonna, sorry, that's double negative. She most likely will never earn anything. So for some people, irrespective of their college or university education, the circumstances in this country at present is not towards them earning a piece of property. Mr. Speaker, that being said, I remember on quite a few occasions, the OBA made a big issue about affordable housing for Bermudians and how they say that this needs to be addressed. So now, in multiple ways, this government is addressing it, whether it be through providing subsidized rent, as they like to say, whether they be being the homeowners thing that junior minister is working on, or whether it be this. It's many ways to skin the cat, Mr. Speaker. Right? So I'm simply saying to the listening public, yes, it's a chance. I would agree with MP Dickerson to some level of extent. Yes, there's a chance that those who take out the mortgage might get take out from the pension, might get a mortgage and mess it up. But what about the other 90% that don't? We have to understand, this is the PLP, Mr. Speaker. The first word in the letter, the word PLP, is what? Progressive. Before you can be progressive, you have to talk about progress. That is what we are here for, to progress not for us, sir. Most of us, sir, to my knowledge, have somewhere over their head, but for the next generation. So I say to MP Dickerson and others, yes, proceed with caution. But if we do nothing, there will be more and more of our constituents, middle class earners, who will have nothing for themselves besides paying rent, and definitely nothing to pass on to the next generation. We all have to take a lesson in fiscal, what do they call that? Fiscal education? Fiscal responsibility. That's the word I'm looking for. We have to equally tell our people stop spending money on stupidness. But at this point, we have to separate the wheat from the chaff. We have to give our people the ability to buy something and pass on to their children, just like each one of us in here have been beneficiary of. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, MP Famous. MP Terrell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon, colleagues. Mr. Speaker, let me first of all start off by thanking the junior minister for bringing this legislation, and also the technical officers who I'm sure gave him good advice for him to at least bring it here anyway. Let me start off by saying that there was a time that I would have taken the stance, no withdrawals from pensions. Absolutely not, because I fully understood what the benefit of having a pension is going to be at the end of our working lives. But with the experience that I've had, and I'll just give a brief, some people may remember or may know that I did have some experience in managing a pension plan. My first experience was a DB plan, of course, for a very large company in Bermuda that had a plan which was, and there were a few DB plans at that time. And this company had a staff of about 150 to 200 people of a plan that I managed and administered and did the compliance and that sort of work. After a while, a friend of mine who I knew he was the CEO at the time of an insurance company who had a plan to move into pensions, knew a bit about my background, and asked me would I be interested in coming and joining them, and I did. And one of the backbones of that plan was that we must know that we do good administration, we know compliance, and we certainly give them education. Those were the three things that we did. We knew about the compliance to the pension commission, who guided us, and like they do all the other administrators. And so that's what we did. We wouldn't sell a plan if we did not educate our people, let them know about the compliance, what their responsibilities were, and certainly the administration had to be top. So education, compliance, administration. Now, during my years of canvassing, one of the things that I picked up were that people were talking about, well, I'm sort of behind in my rent, or I've got a large medical bill to pay, or I've got a child or two who's going off to university, and that child or two may be the first person in that family who even went to a university that they had to support. So I'm saying that my thoughts then on not withdrawing from pensions, from your pension plan, slightly changed, because we have different circumstances. All of us have different circumstances here. You got to walk in a person's shoes to understand what their circumstance is, and obviously you would know what yours are. So when our government at one time brought in the relief plan that people could take from the pension plan, I knew at that time that's when people need to be educated. So therefore, the education was given on it. We had the experience of working pension plans. So therefore, I sort of softened my position on persons withdrawing from their pension plan. Now, one of the things that I will say is that, as indicated by my colleague across from me, is that the Progressive Labor Party has always gone on the basis of protection of workers in Bermuda, whether they be male or female, and looking out for Bermudians' future. So when our policies are made. That's what we base our policies on, looking out for the working person who doesn't always have that great opportunity that some others may have had and have put away money or that sort of thing. So the pension plan, in my view, first of all, the national pension plan, in my view, being like 60 years behind anyway, because the rest of the world already were doing pensions. And here we are. We're only like 24 years with a pension plan. So I don't subscribe to the statement made by my colleague across the floor that most of the pension plans are small pension plans, because they're not. If you do a simple math, 5% from the employee, 5% from the employer over a 24-year period, you just work that out, even on a salary of say 40,000 annually. And so you understand what sort of pension pots that people could have. So I as I said, at one time, I might have been a person who got up and said, no, I don't believe in withdrawing from your pension. But as I said, there are circumstances that I know people have that it can be beneficial to them. One of the things that I understand from what the junior minister is proposing is that people get the education first, so that they know what are the risks they're taking, what is going to happen if you withdraw from your plan. And I certainly am of the opinion that most people, workers now, may have been in the plan for, well, let me give you an example. Let's say someone came in 2000 and at the age of say 22 or something like that. They're now 40 something. So they have built up a pot. And that's the basic reason why I would say I have no problem in the proposal that the junior minister is bringing. So I fully support it. I thank him again. I thank his technical officers for giving him the advice that he should do. And I just say, I hope that the junior minister can proceed further with this. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Whip. Opposition Deputy Leader,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
you have the floor.
So, Mr. Speaker, my starting point will be that in the opposition, we agree that there are circumstances that will arise where you should have the ability to get into your pension. As an example, when COVID happened, this was an emergency, an opportunity then, because people had to have it at that point. But Mr. Speaker, considering what people are actually going through in this country, not all people, but I'll get to that, because I'm actually hoping that the junior minister will give us some specifics of how many people actually fall into the category that will be able to pick this up. Because there are people in Bermuda, as my colleague MP Famous said, who were able to get a house because historically that grandparent that he's referring to potentially was able to get a house for pounds, 30 pounds, numbers that won't even make sense to the generations that are dealing with going to the bank today. But Mr. Speaker, there are seniors living in those houses who are collecting pension while sitting in the dark because they can't afford to pay their Belco bill, who are having a hard time figuring out how they can make that amount from their pension take care of groceries and healthcare. So that is a homeowner that is finding themselves in that situation. So, Mr. Speaker, the reason I bring that up is because our objection isn't based off of not wanting somebody to own a piece of the rock, but there has been a significant change in our country since the time that MP Famous was referring to. I'm not telling you that it's fair. But I am telling you that the reality is when people go to get a mortgage, most of the time the answer is no. But if you're in a situation where you're having to borrow to get that down payment, and we're going to break it down to its 10%, and you're struggling to get to that point, is this the answer for you? And the reason I ask that is because in here, it says a 45-year-old, 30%. So if the junior minister can give us what the average across the country is for a 45-year-old that's been paying into their pension for that period of time, what is that number? The average number. So that we know who are we referring to that has the ability to pick this up. And the reason is because we also have a part where we can take out of our pension for hardship. And I noted that when the junior minister talked about the hardship, one of the reasons for hardship is because you can't pay your mortgage payment. So now you go through this opportunity, and yes, there is the potential of the perfect fit. You have the correct amount of money, maybe the whole family's chipping in. I get all of those things. But the truth of the matter is, when you look at the number, the cost of the house, the length of that mortgage, the payment that's going to have to go into that mortgage, are we really referring to houses that are going to have apartments for you to get revenue in the future? That is allowing you to actually be able to pay those bills into the future? And remember, you're dividing that up by the family members. I'm not saying it's not. I'm telling you the system is broken, but this is actually risking the future of people that are already struggling. We're not talking about somebody that has a savings that allows them to make that payment. And the reason why I think that's risky and not something that we should be advocating for our people to risk themselves for is because all it takes is for one of those family members to lose their job, one of those family members to take sick, and now all of a sudden they can't pay it. And you've dipped in the 30%, and now you're dipping in for the hardship. So fast forward for that person, when they turn 65, and now they have to pull out of it. They're not going to have the money of the person that presently is sitting in their household in the dark, not able to pay their bills. They're going to be worse off. Most people in our country, let me rephrase that. Many people in our country haven't even gone for the education piece to know what that number from the pension is going to be when they retire. They should have the education, but they don't actually have it. And the reason that I'm bringing that point up is because right now, several people reach that retirement age. And when they get there and think that the pension payment that they're going to receive is going to be able to support the bills that they have, and they find out that it doesn't. And for that reason, they don't retire. And we've actually moved the retirement age because we in this legislature know that they will not be able to afford that. So the problem that we have right now is we have to be honest of where the position is that we are in the country. We like to talk about what happened a long time ago when people were able to get on that ladder with 30 pounds and 60 pounds, but that's not where we are. This is one of the reasons why our seniors are saying, maybe I have to move to another country. Not something that we're making up. Knock on the empty doors. So I'm hoping that the junior minister is going to be able to break down for us, who are we talking about with this legislation? What are the numbers that he is going to refer to? Because the 20-something-year-old or 30-something-year-old that just graduated from university and they have their first job, who hasn't been paying into the pension for very long, I'm not sure what number they're getting. But I know the 45 to 65-year-old that's taking 15% out of the little bit that they have, potentially, that's actually predatory to that group, because they're the ones that have worked hard and paid in. And now what happens is their future is in jeopardy because somebody else in the family isn't paying the bill. And now that person who's done their work, who's given to our country, has even less in their retirement. The government is looking for ways to help people to get to home ownership. Don't disagree with that. But what I am telling you is for us to have them take their future in order to do it. That can't be what we're asking them to do. We're already telling them that they're going to have to work into their 70s. We're already telling them that these are the things that we're expecting of you, to give more. So the issue is, Mr. Speaker, we have to have our country understand that that money that is being put aside is for their future and for the rainy days. And the government is saying, well, it's for the roof. Yes. And then they didn't make the payment, and now they don't have the roof, and they also don't have their pension for them to be able to survive. That is the issue. So if they can give us the details of who fits in this category, who doesn't have enough money for the down payment, but they're able to cobble it together because they're going to be able to take from their pension, after they purchase the house, they have to put the maintenance on that house. They're going to have to upkeep that house. They're going to have to pay all the taxes for that house. These are all the pieces to the puzzle that not everybody thinks about. If you're at the point where you're struggling to pay your rent, understand that mortgage payment, the bank takes it from them. And that is the reason I have asked for the specific group that we're referring to. Because right now, if you are somebody that is struggling to pay the down payment, who exactly is the government creating this bill for? Put it out. Give us the details. Give us the information. Because what we're saying is we shouldn't be talking about taking what is there for the future of our population and an aging population where more people are in that situation. Because we have to stop our people from getting on the plane and never coming back because they can't afford to be here. And for asking them to take the risk, because this isn't a game for them, sitting in the dark, that's not a game for these people. And the worst part is, now you own the house, so now you can't get the financial assistance. Because the issue that we have right now is, most of our people are on financial assistance are actually seniors, stated by the government. So now, what does this look like? So if the junior minister is going to come back and give us the facts of who we're talking about and how this is going to work for this specific group of people so that it isn't going to put more of our people at risk, the answer for us is, let's stop asking our people to dip into their future with a risk of potentially making their future much worse than what it is today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, MP Smith. Premier, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, can you please set that clock for me for my 30 minutes because I might take it all.
You might take it all.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, before I start, and I got to my feet because there were a few other members that were going to speak, and I was going to close before the junior minister, who has done an excellent job in being a progressive Labour Party member of Parliament and advancing progressive issues that are helping to progress matters related to home ownership in this country. I needed to get up after what I just heard from the honorable member. It was depressing. It was condescending. It was as though if you people out there don't have a clue about what the future is and what the future holds, and guess what? You should not get to the space where, because you might lose your house if you get one. Can I just tell the honorable member, every single instance of which he referred to could happen to somebody if they did not have assistance to buy a home anyways. Can I be clear? There can be something that goes wrong all the time. But before, let me start, because I think it's important. And what I want to make sure to do is to dispense with two words that have been said by members of the opposition. The first was the opposition leader who says, we cannot support raiding. Key point. The next, the deputy opposition leader says, we cannot support withdrawing. And the reason why I point attention to this is it is not as though if this particular piece of legislation, of which we are debating today, allows people to do either. They are transferring savings, which is mandated by this legislature, from one asset to another asset. And the only time that it can happen under this new law is if someone does not own a home. So again, let's dispense with raiding. Let's dispense with withdrawing. Let's dispense with all of those boogeyman words, and let's focus on the issue at hand. And when we talk about first-time homeowners, and this is personal for me, Mr. Speaker, because I remember when I entered politics, the first speech that I gave inside of another place, way back in 2010, I spoke about the plight of young Bermudians living overseas who lived and were independent, who did not want to move home to live inside of their parents' house again. When we are talking about first-time homeowners, we are talking about persons in this country who are paying rent, and we are talking about persons in this country who are living in their parents' house. And let's be clear, there are many young people in this country who that situation applies to, Mr. Speaker. Many. And so when we talk about what this progressive Labour Party government has done in the name of progress, in the way of fixing problems, we are giving our citizens the tools they need to aspire to something that many want to have: home ownership. Now, let's be clear, Mr. Speaker. Not everyone wants to be a homeowner. But let's be clear, this is voluntary about what people choose to do with their own money. Their choice of what they wish to do. And so when we talk about giving people the tools to succeed, we talk about the mortgage guarantee program. When Bermudians said down payments were too high and interest rates were too high to buy their first home, what did we do? Reduce down payments. Reduce interest rates. And I remember at that point in time, there were still the questions and concerns and fear-mongering from members of the opposition. But guess what, Mr. Speaker? Dozens of Bermudians in this country now own homes because of what this progressive Labor Party government did. And they, Mr. Speaker, are appreciative of the progressive actions that we take. But then let's go on a little further. Because what happens if that house comes up for sale? What happens if there is this particular space and place where there is a need to transfer an asset from one member to a family to another, or selling, or to sell, or to keep something inside of the family where there's an issue or something else? Let's pretend you are that 35-year-old professional working in international business who is working, who is saving, who has money saved up for a down payment. And let us pretend that you are $15,000 short. What do honorable members opposed tell that individual? Give no solution whatsoever. Just so we're clear, that's not where this party said, well, they say we can mind read. Did they offer a single solution, Mr. Speaker? Not a single solution, Mr. Speaker, has been offered from the other side. No. I don't want nor need your solutions because I already know you don't have any. There are no solutions that come from the One Bermuda Alliance, Mr. Speaker, and let me help them out because the public needs to listen, know, and understand the record. And I quote, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, from the 2010 budget reply, they spoke about persons being crushed by the costs of housing and mortgages. In 2023, they spoke about the challenges of home ownership and the difficulty of young Bermudians getting on the housing ladder. And even this year, they spoke about the issues of housing affordability. But do they offer any solutions, Mr. Speaker? Not a single one. So I think what they've done is that they have taken their place of critic, but not remembering that what people actually require is progress. What people actually require are opportunities. What people actually require are policymakers that will make policies that are fit for the times. So let me just give the honorable members opposite a little bit of education. Because when the honorable opposition leader says that people who retire now don't have enough money in their private pensions, that is correct in many cases. But why is it correct, Mr. Speaker? It is correct because, as many members have said, the mandatory pension items did not start until in full around 2003, 2004, when it went up to the full 5%. And so there's only 20 years of experience. So anyone who's getting to retirement has only started paying in since they're 45. But, Mr. Speaker, let's take the experience of that exact same person who would have started working at that point in time, making the median income in this country, Mr. Speaker, after working 18 years, getting themselves up to the age of 40, assuming they enter the workforce at the age of 23, they would be eligible to withdraw, so we're clear, and put into a down payment $53,000. Now, will they need $53,000? No, because they probably have been saving money themselves. But they have the opportunity to do that. Here's the thing, Mr. Speaker. That individual will continue to save money. Compound interest works, Mr. Speaker, so you're clear. I want members who are listening to know that all the opposition is doing is chirping, but have offered zero solutions when it comes to home ownership in this country. Absolutely none, Mr. Speaker. But we will go forward because here's what's going to happen, Mr. Speaker. We are going to have a vote and a roll call on this. And I want those honorable members to stand up and then face their young constituents in the street and tell them that they did not want to offer them the opportunity to get onside the housing ladder, Mr. Speaker. Because that is what this is about. This is about a paternalistic approach, which is being offered by the opposition, which says we know best to tell you how you can manage yourself. It doesn't matter if you're working international business. It doesn't matter if you are climbing up the ladder. It doesn't matter about any of those things, Mr. Speaker. What matters is that we are worried that you might get it wrong, and therefore we are going to tell everyone, for the some people who may get it wrong, that none of you can have everything. What do you want to do to change the conditions of persons who are lifelong renters in this country, Mr. Speaker? Nothing. We are different. You had your chance to speak. You had your opportunity to offer something, and you offered nothing, opposition leader. Keep yourself quiet, please. The deputy. So let's go on, Mr. Speaker, because I'm not finished making my points. Because the honorable junior minister who brought forward this matter stated something particularly interesting. And yes, we may not have a central provident fund like Singapore has. But when these ideas were first manifested, while the Progressive Labor Party was in opposition, researching our financial policies and plans that we would bring forward in government, and yes, at that point in time, I was the the shadow minister of finance, and I did consult with numerous financial professionals, making sure that we put together our plans and policies, which we offered inside of budget statements. We looked at many other plans in the world. Now, Mr. Speaker, do you know the country that has the highest home ownership rates on the planet, Mr. Speaker? The country of Singapore. And yes, persons have mentioned it. And do you know what Singapore allows people to do with their forced and mandatory savings from their central provident fund? And yes, Mr. Speaker, their savings rate is higher than us. We only require people to put away 5% and matched by their employers. They require people to put a lot higher than that. So we can make the arguments around that. But here's the thing, Mr. Speaker. They have the highest home ownership rates in the world. And guess what they allow, Mr. Speaker? People to borrow and take money and transfer it from their central provident fund into the down payment for a house. They actually even allow people to pay their mortgage payments from their central provident fund, nothing of which we are proposing at this point in time. But here's the thing, Mr. Speaker. They have the highest home ownership rates in the world, 90%, Mr. Speaker. Now, Bermuda is not that high, but that doesn't mean that we cannot aspire to do so. When there are housing that is being constructed in this country, when there is work going on, when we see what is happening, we should want to do everything we can to allow our young people to get on that housing ladder. And to hear persons talk about, oh, well, the size of house which they can buy, they won't be able to have rental income. How dare you? How dare you decide to dictate to people what they can and cannot afford? You do not know or understand the circumstance of people inside this country. We have sent hundreds of young Bermudians away to school with scholarships who are making far more money than many of us when we were at that age could dream of. And here we go. And they can't afford a down payment. Well, guess what? Oh, so here's the thing, Mr. Speaker. He knows everyone's circumstances. So what he's basically saying is, here's what he said. He says the people in IB can afford the down payment, but everyone else keep renting. No. That's the implication of his statement. Oh, I'm fine, Mr. Speaker, because they can't take the heat. They can't take the heat of the fact that they are wrong when it comes to policies of this country, Mr. Speaker. That they are wrong when it comes to what the voters of this country wish and desire from their government to be progressive and to have a little bit of trust with them to make sure that they can make the decisions that are the best interests of their individual futures. There will be many who will agree with Cousin Derek Burgess or Neville Tyrrell's position that, no, you know what? I don't want to touch it. I'm perfectly fine. I will keep on renting. But there will be others who may have the opportunity to say, you know what? I'm $20,000 short and this option is here and I am going to go for it. And so here's the thing, Mr. Speaker. I happen to believe that we should have a little bit more trust in the people of this country to, when given the information and faced with all the facts, to make the decision that is the best interest for them. To give them the tools to do that. And not to have persons in this honorable house say, I know what is better for you than what you know is better for yourself. Mr. Speaker, it is offensive. It reeks of paternalism. It makes it seem as though if people cannot, not like we don't have one of the most educated societies in the planet. When I hear us talking about financial literacy, yes, we can do more. But let's remember, we have people that are coming out of schools going to actual schools run circles around us in math and finance. Circles. The young people are supportive of this policy direction, Mr. Speaker, because they want to have the help and assistance to get on the property ladder. I would far rather give the option to a young Bermudian to use every tool at his disposal to buy a first-time home than to allow others who have accumulated wealth in this country to buy a second and a third and a fourth and tell that same young Bermudian to rent from them. We, Mr. Speaker, on this side of the house, stand on progress. We will not tell our young people in this country that we are going to stand in the way and we are going to give them every tool possible to make sure that they can aspire to be homeowners. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to move on to the second part of the bill, which has been missed. Because there's another provision in this bill, which is something that is critically important to my heart as Minister of Finance. And we do not have the regulation in front of us, and those regulations are going to be worked on by the Ministry of Finance. But there is a part of this bill which speaks to the fact that this government has always been in the space that we need to broaden the extent of domestic investments in the economy and make sure that people have the opportunity to invest in Bermuda. Because our pension fund balances, and I missed the brief, but I'm assuming they are over $3 billion now. $4 billion of private pension assets that are held. And Mr. Speaker, if $50 million of that was invested in Bermuda, it might be a stretch. We are saving up money for our retirement and investing it, building houses, building projects, doing things in other spaces, investing in companies, investing in stocks, investing in bonds, investing in everything external when there's very little being invested here. And I think that as a country, we need to make sure that we put the rules and regulations in place, which will come. But this bill will allow us to, at a later point in time, bring those regulations to this house. Before anyone says anything, this cannot happen until we bring the regulations. That is the requirement of the law, and the regulations are affirmative resolution. Because I know some people will say, well, what are the regulations? What are the regulations? No, that will come. But this amendment is being made now. We wanted to do two things, which we said we were going to do. We have the homeowners regulations, first-time homeowners, which we'll discuss later today, and we have others. And here's what's most important, Mr. Speaker. We may have our opinions, but the pension professionals back what it is that we're doing here. The Pension Commission is in support of it. They made sure that we had the protections in place. They made sure that we took into account, and I wanted this before, but there were a lot of back and forth because, yes, we need to make sure that we take account of the risks. But I prefer to focus on the future, the vision, and the opportunities that we give young persons in this country to do, Mr. Speaker. The Mortgage Guarantee Program has put many Bermudians into home ownership where they didn't exist before. And this, Mr. Speaker, will allow even more. If they may not have saved up enough money for that down payment, to go ahead and put it in. And guess what? For those people working in IB that the deputy leader of the opposition so cares about, they will have enough money to put their money back, their pension too, because guess what? They're savers. They probably have far more savings than we do have as well, Mr. Speaker. In some cases, they'll accumulate those over time. That, Mr. Speaker, is a reality. And so let us not focus on what may happen in the negative. Let us resolve to give our young people every possible tool that we can so they can become first-time homeowners in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Premier. Does any other member wish to make a contribution? Minister Furby?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, life is about choices. And not everyone will make the same choice, Mr. Speaker. One thing that I have the opportunity to do, Mr. Speaker, is I have the opportunity to talk to many seniors. And recently, through the town hall meetings with the National Senior Strategy, seniors who I consider to be lived, wise, have made some mistakes and have learned from them. And so during the town hall meetings, the seniors did express that they wish when they were younger that they made better investments or they had the opportunity to make better investments. I recently, Mr. Speaker, was also attending a conference, and in this conference, they were speaking to us about the benefits of home ownership and how owning a home is an investment. You can make an investment, you can buy it to live in it, or you can buy it to invest and make money off of it. I think, Mr. Speaker, you would know that very well if anyone's in real estate. And so what we are doing today is we are making an investment in our people. Mr. Speaker, I come from a family we didn't have much. We didn't have much at all. And so I wasn't fortunate to have a parent to leave me something, to leave me a home. And for those of you out there who have families who are able to leave you things, that is wonderful and that is great. And you should take every advantage of that and be grateful and thankful. But what I do remember is the one house that we had, everybody stayed in it, all my 9 aunts and 13 and cousins. I was able to see how they used that home to grow. My aunts built on to the house. They were able to use the house as collateral to get more money so that another aunt could buy another house. And in the end, what another aunt did was she sold her portion to another family member and then moved and brought another house. And then the homestead eventually was sold, but there was money that the family was able to get off of that home. And so I would look at it, Mr. Speaker, as an investment. Our people would tell us that this is their money. Some time ago, Mr. Speaker, Bermuda, I think it was CG Insurance who brought in a finance specialist, Ms. Susie Orman. And Ms. Susie Orman spoke about how the National Pension Scheme, the Occupational Pensions Act, was one of the greatest things that we could have done for our people. Because yes, it provides a secondary opportunity to have access to pension funds. And there are not many countries who have this opportunity. But look what it has afforded us, Mr. Speaker. Nobody anticipated us to go through COVID. And we were able to utilize this act so that when people fell into hardship, particularly, well, prior to COVID as well, when people fell into hardship, they had access to these funds. But specifically throughout COVID, when we were struggling with employment for our people had the opportunity to use their pensions. The junior minister already spoke to the temporary COVID refunds at the amount of $243 million. And even the financial hardship funds being at the tune of 31 million. So it tells us, these figures tell us that our people appreciated access to those funds because they used it. What I can't wait for is when the junior minister can come back to this house and he can tell us how our people utilize their pensions for home ownership. And then we can track that progress. We can track that investment. We can track that wealth building exercise. Mr. Speaker, earning a piece of the rock is very important. Why? Do you all remember when you could not vote because you did not own a property? Mr. Speaker, I'm glad we're not there anymore. But there was also a time when you had to rely on persons in our community to get money from so that you can buy property. And you could only get it if you secured your vote with them. And if not, Mr. Speaker, they threaten your mortgage and they threaten to pull your house away from you. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad we're not there anymore. But what this progressive Labour Party government is doing for its people, we're allowing you to have a piece of the rock. We want you to make the right decisions. We want you to be financially sound. We want you to make the right decisions in your home ownership options. Because quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, there are some homes that are very extravagant, Mr. Speaker, and people shouldn't be looking at those ones. I went to go look at a house the other day, and no Takistan. But the real estate agent, Mr. Speaker, told me that about 20 people came to look at this property. And they were all ready to buy. Some people had cash for these properties. And so we will be adding to the pool of persons who can have access to home ownership, whether or not they're able to pay cash or whether or not they are able to go to the bank and get a loan to secure the home, either through, a deposit or otherwise. The banks do put restrictions on pricing. We know this. If you go to the bank, they tell us, what we could afford, what we can't afford, what our debt ratio is. They tell us, and they're not going to give us any more, even though sometimes you can afford it. And so we're already have strongholds placed on us because of those sorts of rules and regulations. But I also want to remind the listening audience as well that what we are doing today is a platform promise. And when the Progressive Labour Party puts together their platform, it is ideas that come from our community. Ideas that come from our community. Ideas that come from our people. And this was one, whether it came from one person, two people, three people, four people. We're glad we are here today to fulfill this platform, pledge, promise, idea. And we are here to make it happen, Mr. Speaker. I just want to touch on, because I heard in the House earlier by another honorable colleague in regards to seniors. Actually, I want the public to know that the majority of our seniors own their homes, but they would have had to have done this or own their home when they were younger, right? So they would have had to have had the opportunity when they were younger to purchase. And so we're affording the opportunity for younger persons to get into the field of home ownership. And this is great. But this party, this platform, this wish, this hope, this legislation will bring a lot of hope to a lot of our people. I can imagine the senior over the age of 65, retiring, hasn't brought a home, renting, still has to pay for rent, but also still has to deal with the burden of all the other additional expenses. Mr. Speaker, wouldn't you rather own your own home? You don't have that expense no more. You don't have to have the expense of renting. And you can focus your funds on other things. And actually, people should be doing that calculation right now, right? We're, 20, 40 years from now, what my expenses will look like if I have to rent versus me outright owning my home. We should be doing those calculations, young people. Should you buy? Should you rent? And so this legislation, Mr. Speaker, is again about opportunity, about hope, about a platform promise to our people, a person who had an idea, who shared it, said this is what we want, and with the Progressive Labor Party government who is delivering. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Does any other member wish to make a contribution? Junior Minister Swan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am very pleased to support the legislation brought forward by the junior minister responsible for finance in this honorable House, which is designed for first-time homeowners in this country. I've heard a few terms thrown about today. Financial literacy was one. And I agree that in some households, financial literacy is talked about around the kitchen table to persons at a very young age. And dare I say that in Bermuda, with the lack of that discussion around the kitchen table, there might be some communities in need of some coaching in financial literacy. Let me suggest this, that if I as a senior wanted to assist a family member make a first-time purchase, in the sphere of financial literacy, there's nothing to say that it has to be a total gift. it could very well be a business transaction that could lend itself in an arrangement between me, the person who has the funds, and the person who needs the funds to make that first time home in the way of a second mortgage. I'll just throw that out, where that person might have access to that funds to buy that first time home, and where that person, that senior me, could actually be in an arrangement with the younger person in my family member who has the opportunity of having greater disposable income, and I receive some remuneration on an agreed interest basis. So therefore, the funds that are sitting in a pension is still providing me some return. It could be something that I could use that interest somewhat at that particular time, because we do know that the majority of our seniors, as the honorable member minister responsible for seniors alluded to and knows ever so well, that our seniors are land rich and cash poor. And so when you get into the community, when you talk about financial literacy, maybe that literacy needs to be applied, no matter who's prepared to offer it, in ways that provide solutions for those seniors to navigate themselves through a situation that has occurred in our country in which the cost of living and the cost of surviving has outstripped many of the assets that persons have put their life into, their life savings into. And a lot of persons, that has been homes and the likes, and they know that their young people, their young family members would like to very much avail themselves. Who's to say that rather than in the United States, they have these creative terms they use, reverse mortgages and stuff. It's come about as looking at solutions for seniors to be able to survive. So what I'm saying in the first instance is that don't look at this just as something that is going to be a gift, and it's a business investment. We don't teach our folks how to make business arrangements with other family members. Get it in writing. Get that particular transaction in writing so that it could be protected and it could be covered legally in any transactions that might. Stop assuming the worst of situations. Look at the best of situations. Let's look at what has taken place when we talk about financial literacy. Let's look at what some of the things that have taken place. I'm going to throw out a couple of different terms. One is predatory lending and predatory foreclosures. Sometimes maybe less regulated in this country than they are in others. Practiced in this country, unfortunately, and in some instance, I certainly have some experience of assisting persons. A lot of people, they look at we politicians, one of the basic things that we do, and if you've been involved in it as long as I have, you gain the trust of people, and you have to help people. And in some of the areas when people are trusted, they come to you with some of the things nearest and dearest to them. There are banks in this country snatching 2 houses when a little bit of compassion could have made it possible to navigate through a first house and that person have the second house that senior put up. I know that to be true, and I've helped people navigate past things like that. That's where financial literacy works, rather than just throwing it out in the sense of building a straw man argument that could negate the import of legislation such as being brought forth and the intent of the legislation. The opposition comes here today, throwing around financial literacy today, and in the context, Mr. Speaker, that they are the best arbiters of what is good in this country. They're the same folks that came to this country and with and put us on the hook for 160 million at Morgan's Point on the eve of an election that this government had to come and find a solution for. And
Point of order,
there-
point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order.
Yeah, unfortunately, members misleading the House. It was his own member who coined the phrase financial literacy. It wasn't us.
You heard his point of order?
yeah, I accept it. I heard the term financial literacy. I didn't hear anybody objecting to it being used. So I'm just speaking to the fact that I'm giving some examples of how financial literacy gets practiced in a practical way in the sphere of politics. And how I applied financial literacy, talking to people on the huskings and trying to help them navigate this wonderful, difficult, complex situation of living in this country. And when we have young people with an opportunity with the disposable income by virtue of their jobs and maybe needing to bridge the gap, right? There are circumstances that allow them to need that bridging facility to be able to foreclose, to not to foreclose, but to close on a deal. And that's what we're talking about when we talk about first-time earners. Making, the person that goes to the bank and they get pre-approved for a certain amount of money, what they got approved for and what the market price is yielding sometimes aren't the same thing. If they know they have a way of bridging that divide, right, then they can go there with confidence and negotiate back down towards what they've been pre-approved for. That's a little bit of financial literacy as well that we need to talk about in the context of what's important, of how, it's one thing to talk about legislation, there's other thing to talk about the practicality of a legislation and how it works its way through. Having navigated a family through, convince them, buy this place over here with your 4 or 5 children. This is the right place for you at this particular time in Bermuda. I don't want that. That's not my ideal hub. And be able to convince them that you can bridge what's needed this way. Take somebody with them that works in a legal capacity to be able to give them the reassurance that the advice is sound. And watch how information given in such a way, maybe in 99, you walk up onto a house in 2007 and you see their car parked outside a 3-apartment house. You're saying, boy, that car looks familiar. But you know what? Those little 7 and 10 and 12-year-olds didn't stay 10 and 12-year-olds. They became workers in the community and they became contributors to the opportunity to buy that. So that opportunity to buy that first time home was a stepping stone. And when the economy moved in an upward mobility, they rode the wave of that upward draft with home ownership and equity, and was able to then upgrade, sell from the first, and then upgrade along the way as a consequence of an opportunity that was made available that in such as this legislation. That's how it works, That's how it works. And it works with persons who understand it, who understand life, and are prepared to get to know the people, helping them to navigate through this maze. And so as a consequence, and there will be other opportunities to speak on such matters as they relate to predatory mortgages, predatory foreclosures and the like. I'll take the opportunity to speak to that. But let me say that I applaud the young junior minister for coming forward with a solution today. Because unlike me, he's young. And unlike me, when he goes out to dinner and goes out to a party, he's going to talk to young professionals just like him that might be experiencing the same problems of young people that might pay the benefit of his financial knowledge, and network with them and say, there's a way in which you can do that. And they say, well, what's about that? Then you can, go talk to a colleague that might have a little background in conveyancing and law and taxes and the like, and get the type of information that they would make them feel comfortable. But it's not going to be for everyone, because not everyone is interested in being a first-time homeowner. But the more Bermudians that we can put in a position to be one, the less chance we have of Bermuda being snapped up by persons sitting on a lot of cash looking for an opportunity. That's the biggest problem we have in Bermuda, is Bermuda being bought out by, Mr. True, may he rest in peace, when he had those places up on Paget stoplights there during the 93 recession. I used to stop to him, and an hour and a half later, with him giving me some very good advice, he used to tell me stories about during a recession, cash is king. And I'm here to say that I certainly applaud, Mr. Speaker, what the young man, the junior minister is doing today. I support it wholeheartedly, and I believe that he has come forth in a very good way on behalf of the government today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. MP King, would you like to make a contribution?
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
I'll use the analogy of a carpenter and an orthopedic surgeon. The reason why I'll use that is because if you've got a broken leg, do you go to a carpenter or do you go to an orthopedic surgeon? What we have is a former finance minister who is actually an expert on financial matters, but we are being asked to ignore the advice of a professional of high reputation. The problem with this act is that the very people that it's meant to support, it will hurt. Those who have means will be immune to the highs and lows of making this choice to take money out of a pension, which is to protect and take care of us in our old age. However, if we look at a pension like we look at the sinking fund, where we can balance our budgets with the sinking fund, which is basically the safety account that we have in the case of a rainy day or a case in a crisis. If we look at pensions the same way, we set ourselves up for a very dangerous future, and a future that is not going to protect the very people that it was meant to. I cannot support this act at all, this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. Does any other honorable member wish to make a comment? Any other opposition whip?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, put the clock on.
I got your time. Your time's always written down.
I understand the need to be creative, and I understand the need to find solutions to what we believe to be a challenge within our economy and for our people. But as I've listened to everyone and trying to be balanced about approach to this here, I recognize that on the one hand, there are some of us who believe we need to protect the future because we recognize that another COVID could come. And maybe the need to dip into, or however, whatever you want to use as a word, utilize your monies within your pension may be an area that we need to look at. In fact, in my history, I think that's the only time that I know of where we were given the right to be able to go to our pensions because we had something that occurred that the whole world experienced, and there was a need. There was a dire need. I don't believe that home ownership necessarily falls into that category per se, but I do understand what's being attempted here. The challenge that we do have is we're already way behind when it comes to pensions, as you've heard from colleagues. You know, we're kind of new at the game here. So some of these funds would not be as healthy as we'd like for them to be. But when I hear members saying that, you know, it'd be nice to own a home, so when you become 65, It would not be nice to be able to go to our pensions and use some of that in order to get a home. I'm not sure we're understanding the full process. In order for you to get a mortgage at 65, it would take some extreme circumstances. The bank, hang on. The honorable member did say that at 65, the Honorable Minister Tanae Herbert said that at 65 it would be nice. Yes, she said it. You can go to Hansard. She said it. I listened very carefully to her speech. So it becomes difficult. If you
Point
go
of
to
order,
the bank
Mr. Speaker.
now,
Point of order.
The member is misleading the House, Mr. Speaker. Why would I say we know the banks don't give us money at 65?
well, thank you for the correction, Mr. Speaker. We'll clarify that up. I think we all heard it. Several of us sat here and heard it, but we'll clarify it. I'll take it at a word, but we will clarify that for sure. So the challenge that we have, Mr. Speaker, is, and I know people get exercise. They see me standing up here. They get exercise.
Just talk to the chair.
So I'm going to be cool with them. But this challenge that we have for Bermuda is a challenge whereby this economy is not where we want it to be. And so, you know, we're looking for these creative ways to be able to, you know, come up with programs that are going to help, because people do actually need help. If we can only give $20 increase for pensions, yet at the same time as a senior, you can just about afford groceries to be able to buy, that you can just about afford your prescriptions, you can just about afford your rent, you can just about afford your electricity, then we must recognize that the elephant in the room is the economy is not where we want it to be. It's not where we want it to be. So again, I understand. You know, the government's asking, what's your solution? They came up with this creative idea and plan. It was not for us to come to you and say, well, this is what we believe should happen. You're telling us, the government is telling us that there's this problem in Bermuda that we need to fix. We have no idea how many. We've seen no stats to say that, listen, you know, we believe there's this amount of people out there in Bermuda that really would like to get a piece of the pie or the rock. I recognize that. I've been through that experience with my girls, right? Wanting to buy a home, going to the bank and finding out that, listen, you can only afford $600,000 on your salary. And that was an attorney and a senior manager at the time, many years ago, but they couldn't afford anything else. Right. And I understand the fact that they're looking at me and saying, well, look, Dad, how can you help? You you Yeah. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful that you have not hit the clock because they're taking up my time. All right. So my concern is that you can't even right now go to the bank if you're 55 going on 60 and say, well, look, you know, I want to buy a car. They want a letter from your job to say that, you know, you're still going to be employed with them. It is difficult out there. So I understand this creative idea, but don't come in the House of Assembly and say, well, what's your idea? You're bringing this to the House as the government. And what we are saying is that we don't recognize that we may not know when the next COVID is going to strike us. And that pension money is going to be vital to the survival of many of our members. So what you have in place here, on the one hand, is to say, okay, well, we want people to be able to go and take this money use this money as a pension and creatively, as the Premier says, transfer. But quite frankly, if you transfer these monies into a home and you get another crisis like COVID come, the loss is devastating. Extremely devastating. We are dealing right now with people, because of COVID, who lost their careers, that cannot afford to stay and keep their homes. They can't afford it. Cannot afford it. And so are we gonna bet on the future on $20,000 that would be vital to have as a senior? Or are we going to bet on that $20,000 and say, okay, for this young person, we're going to put that money aside, which we still haven't qualified whether or not, and who are all of these people that are going to take advantage of it? We haven't established that. We have not established it. I understand. You're saying, come on, Craig. I understand what you're attempting to do here, but my concern is that the number one issue, one of the number one issues, I should say, in Bermuda is our seniors are struggling. And I'm telling you, all it's going to take is one shipment that does not get here and the prices go up. And I believe that they would prefer to go into the pension to survive for today and tomorrow rather than providing $20,000, $30,000 towards a new home. We're not talking about that. We're talking about folks being able to go into their pensions and use their pensions for 64-year-old. Okay, 64-year-olds. You know what I mean? We're gonna be semantic here right now, and fail to recognize the issue that is at hand. The issue that is at hand. You know, it's fine for us all up in here because it's fine for us to come up with a solution, Mr. Speaker. Because guess what? We've got one of the most fantastic pension plans in the world. One of the most fantastic pension plans in the world. But what we are talking about is one of the issues that we face when we go out there into the public. Just about every senior is saying, I can't make it. We've got seniors right now that we're trying to help out that we know of. They're coming in the doors and they've lost their home. COVID came, they lost their home, right? We were trying to help them out there and they're living from one space to the next, hoping that they can house sit for someone and using the pension to survive. We need to protect that. At what point do we get to say, okay, well, maybe that's a bit too far. Maybe that's a bit too far to go into the pension fund for something like this. Now, quite frankly, there's a lot of, if you go and Google, there's a lot of advantages, and we want Bermudians to own their own home, most certainly, absolutely. But we have to insist, we don't have one. The issue is the economy is failing us. At the end of the day, the economy is failing us. And so we can spend all we want of the people's money, but if you don't invigorate the economy to sustain the future and the present, then we're in a world of trouble. And guess where we are, Mr. Speaker? We're in a world of trouble. We are in a world of trouble right now. So, yes, I want you to explain to me who's going to all benefit from this here. Who are the people that you pulled? Did you talk to? Did you talk to the banks about this process? And what? I haven't heard what they said. We haven't heard. What do you mean? What I mean? I just said it. Premier. Tell us who you've consulted with to explain to us why this makes sense. Because I am not going to sit here and have a member of parliament tell me that, okay, well, this is a great thing to do. And we're already being warned about the next catastrophe that could possibly come through disease and the likes. And we're going to go and buy a home and crash within years because we can't afford the home.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Point of order. Mr. Speaker, the government has not said that people have to do that. The facility is available for them. They have a choice. And that's all it is.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. No one said that. No one denied that at all. So I'm not sure where that's coming from. That's not how I'm talking. The point is this, Mr. Speaker. I actually didn't want to speak long to this here because I'm still waiting for facts and figures for consultation that leads to why we're doing this. That should have happened in the very beginning. But what we're going to do now is say, okay, well, we're gonna go into this fund, and everyone gets upset if we say raid or whatever the case may be, and then you got the premier saying it's a transfer. Well, at the end of the day, it's coming out. It's coming out. What we would like to know when you look at the figures, in order for you to buy a home, what do you think that takes? What do you think that takes? If you've got to come up with 20%, 30% to buy a home, what do you think that's the average is going to be in Bermuda? What's the average cost of a home in Bermuda? I mean, you know, the average home in Bermuda used to be $1 million. I'm not so sure if it's that case now. But even at a house that you're buying for $800,000, we're talking about a lofty amount. So I'm hoping that this isn't a situation whereby we're going to wage against the future of folks and their pensions and the unforeseen challenges that might come, because the future is not promised to any of us, nor the stability of the future to any of us. So we need to be much wiser, more consultative, and more forthcoming about the reality of what might happen. I pray to God that this works. I pray to God that this works, Mr. Speaker. I'm in church longer than he is, and I'm none, Lord, longer. It's older than me, but but I am having extreme difficulty waging the future and sacrificing the future for a mortgage that, quite frankly, could do us in for even longer period of time. Opportunity, as they say, but I think we have a major, major challenge here, and I think we need to rethink this one, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Is there any other members? MP Simmons?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly, I'm not going to argue with the opposition member as it relates to his religion, but I'll say that many of us have certainly known God as long as he has, and the deputy may be correct in that regard. Mr. Speaker, as it relates to these issues today, I would like to thank our honorable members for the clarity that they have given to each and every one in this House and also to our community on just what this challenge is. In 2010, I had the opportunity of working down at the Cabinet Office when a number of issues were debated. And one of those things was the use of funds as it relates to pensions, as it relates to giving individuals an opportunity to have another option. Mr. Speaker, I have to confess that I don't agree, never have agreed with the use of pension funds and the use of what individuals have saved up for their retirement being used in this fashion. But Mr. Speaker, we have to be clear on a number of things. The reason why the pensions were allowed in the past to be used was because there was a direct need for it. There were individuals throughout our country who did not have any monies, had nothing to turn to, and the decision was made to assist. I'll use one of my constituents' circumstances where she stressed in the fact that she had a healthy pension fund and was completely broke and had nowhere to turn. And that was an example that was given during the discussions that I remember that validated the need for us as a community, us as a government, and us as representatives of the people to recognize the importance of that. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that we cannot overlook is that there's a community out there that are hurting. There are a community that need our support, and this government must find the solutions to assist them so that they are able to exist in this country, but not just exist, but thrive. This particular piece, I confess, when I saw it, when I read it, I wasn't too pleased with it. And I felt that anything that we do that will have a deleterious effect on our seniors later on, I didn't want that to affect them later. I wanted to hear more on whether or not there would be an opportunity for them to add to their fund, because I recognize when individuals take money out, it's always good when they can replenish the fund and bring it back up as things get better. And I realized that that would be a challenge for individuals if they did. We're giving mortgage relief, that there would be other financial responsibilities that they'll have to deal with. But I always wanted there to be an opportunity for individuals to build that fund back up. And even if they took money out now from their insurance, I'm sorry, from their funds and insurance funds, they would be able to replenish it and be fit and ready for when they retire. What we cannot overlook are those two things. Number one, the feel in the community that this must be something that we have to do. This is something that will assist and move us all forward as a community, and and give hope to our young people and all the rest. But also we must do things in a responsible fashion. And so I would like to see, as it relates to this particular piece of this particular amendment, that there be stipulations in place for us to be able to talk, for us to be able to work with those throughout our community to understand what this means for their pension funds in the future. What does it mean? What does it look like for them, so that they can make the right decision and act in the right way? And so therefore, Mr. Speaker, I feel that we must enter into this delicately. I've heard the word cautiously from so many. They are correct. This is something and a tool that can be used to assist those who need this assistance. But we must also make them aware of the negative and make them aware of what will happen to their fund and the reality thereof. As long as we're doing all that, Mr. Speaker, and this answers many throughout our community who feel that we are not considering the things that are of benefit to them, but also considering that we must continue to do legislation and amendments that speak to the individual, assist them going forward, but also let them know that there is a flip side to it. And that if you take money, if you withdraw, if you do the things that you do and you benefit from it, then you have to know the full display and the full look of what you are doing as investments are concerned. So, Mr. Speaker, I would encourage our government to continue to find solutions. I would all of us in our government to find the solutions that benefit our communities. And I would also ask that those who do decide to use these vehicles understand and use them responsibly, and use them to benefit them and use them going forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, MP. Does any other member wish to make a contribution at this time? Senior Minister, you rose before anybody else moved, so I'm assuming no one else wants to enter the debate at this point. Senior Minister, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I want to.
Is your mic on?
Is it on?
Yeah, I hear you
Yes.
now.
Okay. All right. Mr. Speaker, I want to first thank honorable members for their contribution to this debate. I'm especially appreciative because what we just saw was democracy. This is important to me because when you look around the world, there are many that find it difficult to accept the results of democracy. But with this debate, Mr. Speaker, we simply saw differing opinions, as we should, because we all come from different backgrounds. Mr. Speaker, some of us come from the East and some of us come from the West. Some of us are employees and some of us are employers. Some of us are young and others are more seasoned. Some of us are progressive and some of us are conservative. Some of us get up every day, put on a hard hat and a uniform, whilst others get up every day and put on a fancy suit. It is that eclectic atmosphere that is wonderful for us to see. Now, the questions that some of us had was on data. So let me first say that the Office of the Tax Commissioner shows from their report in 2023 that they received 101 first-time homeowner applications. And so we have confidence and anticipate that the number of applications to be higher than this going forward. Another key element to this is that based on the data provided to us from the Pension Commission themselves, is that the average balance for all defined contribution plan members at the end of 2023 was estimated to be at about $135,000. Now, let us put a bit of context into this, because if we were to remove all of what we consider low sum values, low balances, so $50,000 or less, if we were to remove those accounts, and those are 50,000 or less for an array of reasons. But if we removed any balance 50,000 or less, you will find that the average balance in a defined contribution plan is actually $260,000. Let us put international context into this, because the average balance in a 401k in the US is about $135,000. But Mr. Speaker, I must reiterate that this option is completely voluntary. Individuals are more than welcome to keep their pensions as they are. Got mic issues. Is better? More than welcome to keep their pensions as they are. I must also actually agree with MP Dickinson that financial literacy is key, which is why he and I worked together on initiatives to improve financial literacy, and one of those initiatives actually focused on pensions. Mr. Speaker, I can also say that the current Minister of Finance recently met with members of the pension commission, recently met with members of the pension industry to enhance retirement readiness. And as I mentioned in my brief, it will be a collective effort to ensure each applicant is fully aware of the risks and ways to mitigate those risks going forward before they make the decision. So as the member, as my colleague who just took his seat, I assure him that that is exactly what we say we will do. We will educate the individuals on the risk and potential ways to mitigate those risks prior to them making the decision. In fact, one of the things that will be relayed to them is the importance of compound interest and the value of replenishing your pension savings throughout your working career. You're doing exactly what he asked for us to do. Mr. Speaker, I then refer to my colleague, the Honorable Tanae Furbert, who said and reminded us that this was actually an election platform initiative, a PLP election platform initiative, a mandate that was given to us by the rank and file members of the Progressive Labor Party. And what this government is doing is committing ourselves to execution. I am PLP all the way, Mr. Speaker. PLP all the way. And when my members charge us to deliver on such an opportunity that is optional, but has the potential on assisting the community to get on the property ladder, I am proud to do so. Mr. Speaker, the Premier touched on it. You see, what becomes increasingly frustrating to me is the lack of alternative solutions provided by the One Bermuda Alliance. I never heard an alternative solution put forth. In fact, this reminds me of when their candidate of C36 openly admitted that he has no idea what the OBA has plans. That's what he said. Mr. Speaker, home ownership is important to me. Home ownership is important to my party. And home ownership is the desire of many Bermudians. Unfortunately, many within the community can attest to the fact that coming up with a $120,000 down payment for a $600,000 property can feel impossible. Some will tell you that it will take 30 years to save that amount, let alone to then be responsible for a 30-year mortgage. Correct. Mr. Speaker, this government has presented solutions. Not only have we established a program that will cut the down payment in half, but this option, we now have the ability to go even further. I need to also reemphasize the property in Bermuda. That property in Bermuda is an appreciating asset. This is simply choosing to transfer funds from one asset and investing in another. We are not talking about individuals spending the money frivolously. As I mentioned in my statement last week, this is not like the pension withdrawals that took place during the pandemic that had no parameters on how the funds were spent. And further to the point, applicants will still have to go through the bank's credit approval process. And so this will only be made available to individuals that the banks themselves feel comfortable and feel as though they are credit worthy. Mr. Speaker, we are empowering people and making it more accessible for people to become homeowners. Imagine how empowering it will be for some to know that every month their mortgage repayments, they are in exchange building their equity, which is not the case as long as they are renters. Mr. Speaker, we are not afraid to be progressive in our approach. We were not elected to maintain the status quo. And I will not apologize for coming to this house and presenting an option that can improve the lives of families for generations to come. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I call for the bill to be committed.
Thank you. Deputy.
Honorable members, we are now in committee of the whole for further consideration of the bill entitled National Pension Scheme Occupational Pensions Amendment Act 2024. Junior Minister Adams, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
I'd like to move clauses 1 to 5.
Continue.
Clause 1 is self-explanatory.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Chairman, Clause 2 amends Section 24(9) of the Principal Act by inserting a new paragraph F to enable a member or former member of a defined contribution pension plan or local retirement product who has not attained the normal retirement age and who is to be a first-time homeowner for such member, their husband or wife, or their child, to receive a refund of 30% of their account balance in the case of a member under the age of 45 years, or a refund of 15% in the case of a member who 45 years old or older, but yet has not yet attained the age of 65 years to apply towards the purchase of a principal residence in Bermuda. Clause 3 amends the Principal Act by inserting after Section 24 a new Section 24A to provide for the return of recovery of the lump sum paid towards the purchase of a principal residence in Bermuda in the case where the seller fails or is unable to complete the sale. An administrator who receives the returned lump sum is required to notify the commission of the lump sum returned. Clause 4 amends the Principal Act in Section 69(1) to empower the minister to make regulations for the purpose of prescribing the requirements and conditions that are to apply to enable members and former members of a defined contribution pension plan or a local retirement product who have not attained the normal retirement age to invest a portion of their account balance within Bermuda. And Clause 5 provides for the minister to cause the act to come into operation by notice published in the Gazette. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further speakers to clauses 1 to 5? There appear to be none. Minister, you want to move the clauses? Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chairman, I move that the preamble be approved.
It is been moved that the preamble be approved. Are there any objections to that?
Mr. Chairman, I
Got it.
move that clauses 1 to 5 be approved.
It has been moved that clauses 1 to 5 be approved. Are there any objections to that? There appear to be none. Approved.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the bill be reported to the House as printed or amended.
It has been moved that the bill be reported to the House as printed or amended. We've got names. We got to have a vote count recorded. You could take your seats. Mr. Sergeant Arms, if you can ask them to come in, if not, lock the door. Oh, yeah. Sounds. Yeah. No, that's a good one. That's a nice one. They heard it. They heard it. They heard us. I thought it was 3 minutes, I think. Yeah. Yeah. How many you got? You got the clock? Huh? Okay. All right. Okay. The doors are locked, and Ms. Beal will call your names. Those in favor of the bill, was it yay or nay? Aye. And those not in favor will say A. No, those who oppose the bill say no. And those that favor the bills say aye. Oh, yes. Okay. I'll give it to you. Yeah.
MP Adams. Sorry, Minister Adams.
Aye.
Minister Birch. Deputy Speaker. No. Mr. Premier.
Aye.
Minister Caesar. Minister Keynes. MP Keynes. Sorry. Absent. MP Campbell.
No.
MP Cannonier.
He went to the bathroom too. He didn't want to vote against his daughters.
MP De Silva. MP Dickinson.
No.
MP Famous. MP Fogo. Minister Tene Ferbert.
Yes.
Minister Wayne Ferbert.
Aye.
Minister Hayward. Aye. MP Jackson is absent. MP King.
No.
MP Lister. MP Ming. Minister Rebane.
Yes.
MP Anthony Richardson. Mr. Opposition Leader.
No.
Mr. Deputy Premier.
Aye.
MP Scott. MP Jamal Simmons. MP Scott Simmons. MP Simmons Wade. MP Smith.
No.
Junior Minister Swan.
Yes.
MP Terrell. MP Wade. Minister Weeks.
Okay.
With a vote of 17 ayes to 6 noes, the ayes have it.
Sorry about that, sir. It has been moved that the bill be reported to the House as printed. Are there any objections to that? There appear to be none. The bill will be reported to the House as printed.
Good afternoon, members. Are there any objections to the bill entitled the National Pension Scheme Occupational Pension Amendment Act 2024 being reported to the House as printed? For none, the bill has been reported as printed. That brings us to a close of that matter. We'll move on to the next item, which is item number 3, consideration of the the National Pension Scheme First Time Home Owners Refund Regulation 2024. Junior Minister?
Busy day, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to present the National Pension Scheme First Time Homeowner Refund Regulations 2024 for the consideration of honorable members. Mr. Speaker, the just passed National Pension Scheme Occupational Pensions Amendment Act 2024
Continue.
uh,
I hear you.
Sorry.
I hear you.
Sorry. Mr. Speaker, the just passed National Pension Scheme Occupational Pensions Amendment Act 2024 provided the authority to permit members and former members of defined contribution pension plans and individual local retirement products who have not attained normal retirement age for such member, their husband or wife, or their child who is to be a first-time homeowner to be able to receive a refund of 30% of their account balance in the case of a member under the age of 45 years, or a refund of 15% in the case of a member who is 45 years old or older, but has not attained the age of 65 years, to apply towards the purchase of a principal residence in Bermuda. The Amendment Act clearly provided the rationale for allowing these refunds, and these regulations provide the framework for applying for the refund and other related matters, such as definitions, application of regulations, relevant statement of account, incomplete or defective applications, determination of amount of refund, notification of decision to an applicant and pension administrator, record keeping by the commission, payment of refund by the administrator, non-imposition of charges by the administrator, administrator compliance, and commencement of the regulations. Mr. Speaker, the specifics of the proposed regulations are as follows. Regulation 1 is self-explanatory as provides for the citation of the regulations. Regulation 2 inserts various applicable definitions. Regulation 3 provides for those persons that the regulations apply to. Regulation 4 provides for the process for applying for a refund. Regulation 5 provides for a relevant dated statement of account showing the applicant's account balance and such statement of account to be received from an administrator within 7 working days. Regulation 6 provides for the handling of incomplete or defective applications. Regulation 7 provides for the consideration of applications by the Commission and restrictions on approving such applications. Regulation 8 provides for the determination of the amount of the refund. Regulation 9 provides for the decision of the Commission and notification of such to applicants and the administrator. Regulation 10 specifies record-keeping requirements by the Commission. Regulation 11 provides for the payment of refunds for any approved application within 20 working days. Regulation 12 prohibits administrators from imposing a charge in performing their duties or requirements under the regulations. Regulation 13 provides for the administrator's compliance with the regulations, notwithstanding any contrary terms of a pension plan or local retirement product, and having regard to any advice or guidance issued by the Commission. And Regulation 14 provides for the commencement of the regulations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Junior Minister. Is there any other member who wishes to make a contribution? Opposition Leader?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. With our objection to the enabling bill having already been stated, I rise to contribute to this debate only insofar as the technical matters, specifically a question for the Honorable Junior Minister under Regulation 5.1, wherein it requires, I'll read it out, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I'm sorry. The relevant statement required under Regulation 43B shall be written statement showing the value of the applicant's account balance issued by the administrator of the pension plan or local retirement product within 30 days of the date stated on the application form required under Regulation 42. Mr. Speaker, this provision seems to not, or seems to, I'm not sure that the plan administrator is compelled within 30 days to actually undertake that action. In other words, they can simply just wait for 30 days and the time will lapse. So my question to the junior minister is the plan for the administrator to be compelled to do this? What's the plan if the administrator doesn't do this act within 30 days? How is the applicant going to get that statement? Thank you.
Thank you.
I do have one other. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Thank you for your indulgence. I have a question relating to page 1, just before the citation, the preamble, where it states that, if I may read.
Go ahead.
Thank you. The Minister of Finance, in the exercise of the power conferred on him by sections 24(9)(f) and 69 of the National Pension Scheme, Occupational Pensions Act 1998, makes the following regulations. My question is, I don't see where the minister is empowered in section 24(9)(f) to make regulations. He is empowered to make regulations under section 69 of the primary legislation, but not under 24(9)(f). So that looks like it needs to be struck. And so I raised the question, is that intentional, and is that accurate? Thank you.
No other member? Junior Minister?
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in reference to the honorable opposition leader's second question, I think the reason that he is not seeing it in the initial act is because it is referred to in the Amendment Act. It's actually included in the Amendment Act.
Okay,
yeah. So it's included in the Amendment Act.
Okay. That was your response to the question. Now you can just continue on and move the regulation.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that the National Pension Scheme, National Pension Scheme first-time homeowner refund regulations be committed.
No committal. It's regulations.
Don't even say anything. Doesn't say anything.
It should be in the wording should be there for you. Basically, what you're asking for is that the message be sent to the governor. Just reread his one without the wording, and put your wording in, your bill in it.
Said draft regulations be approved and that a suitable message be sent to Her Excellency the Governor.
Thank you. The bill has been read, and the appropriate message will be sent to the governor. Thank you. That brings that matter to a close. We'll now move on to item number 4, which is the second reading of the Tax Reform Commission Dissolution and Appointment and Validation Act 2024 in the name of the Minister of Finance. Premier?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill entitled the Tax Reform Commission Dissolution, Appointment, and Validation Act 2024 be now read for the second time.
Are there any objections? There are none. Continue, Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in this honorable House to move this particular bill. What I would state is, Mr. Speaker, by way of background, in November 2023, the Ministry of Finance announced the formation of the current Tax Reform Commission. The aim of this act is to address several key issues regarding the Tax Reform Commission established under the Tax Reform Commission Act. Specifically, this act seeks to retroactively dissolve the existing commission, appoint a new one, allows for validation of its actions, and extend its operational period. Mr. Speaker, please note that the validation aspect of this act was made purely for the sake of good order. There has been no action taken by the Commission that requires formal validation. Since the update given this honorable House earlier this year, it has come to light that not all the necessary steps to properly establish the newly formed Commission were fully completed. Although the report of the former Commission was presented on the 16th of November 2018, our research has shown that, in fact, that the financial statements were not tabled in the legislature. The table of these statements was required under the Act to complete the dissolution process. It was established that as the dissolution process was not completed, it could not be deemed to be legally impaneled. The relevant statements were tabled on the 20th of September last week in this honorable House, and therefore, in accordance with Section 3.5 of the Act, this Act now completes the dissolution process and allows for the new panel to be properly established. Mr. Speaker, this act also extends the statutory period of this commission's establishment. Under the Tax Reform Commission Act 2017, the commission conducts its functions for a period of 6 months starting from the date of appointment, unless the minister by order extends the period of existence and operation of the commission. Given ongoing developments in key areas within the OECD that are relevant to the work of the Tax Reform Commission, it has become necessary to extend the commission's mandates. The implementation of the corporate income tax framework is expected to have a significant impact on future government revenue. Additionally, the potential interaction between the corporate income tax and the existing tax system makes it essential to extend the Commission's duration to fully carry out its mandate and to meet its objectives. To date, the Tax Reform Commission has been actively engaged in a range of activities, including extensive fact-finding efforts to gather relevant data and insights, conducting detailed modeling exercises to evaluate potential outcomes, and carefully considering various alternative approaches. These efforts aim to ensure that the Tax Reform Commission explores all possible options and recommendations to support informed decision-making and the development of an effective framework. With this, no actions have been identified that will require validation at this stage. Mr. Speaker, in closing, this act aims to address issues with the Tax Reform Commission established under the 2017 Act and extends the Commission's statutory period to allow it to complete its mandate, especially given the ongoing developments related to the OECD and the implementation of the corporate income tax regime. This act also retroactively validates previous actions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Premier. Does any other member, opposition leader?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Understanding this to be largely a homework or administrative matter, I do have the questions as it relates to why was this process not undertaken earlier and properly completed, and how will the government make sure this doesn't happen again? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Premier?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will seek to get the answer to the questions. The technical officer is not here. I was not the Minister of Finance at the time, so I cannot speak to that particular matter. But there will be something that would have happened at that point in time which had delayed the tabling of these particular matters. They have been tabled in the House of Assembly. They were tabled last week. And so that has been done, so we can now move forward with the validation. See no further questions, Mr. Speaker. I will move that the bill be committed.
Thank you. Deputy?
Honorable members, we are now in Committee of the Whole for further consideration of the bill entitled the Tax Form Commission Dissolution, Appointment, and Validation Act 2024. Premier Finance Minister David Burke, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'd like to move all 5 clauses, if I may.
Continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Clause 1 is self-explanatory. Clause 2 provides for definitions of terms used in the bill and enables the bill to apply notwithstanding Section 3 of the Principal Act, which provides for the establishment of the Tax Reform Commission. Clause 3 deems the Tax Reform Commission appointed in 2018 of the Principal Act to have been dissolved upon the laying of that commission's final report and recommendations before the legislature on the 16th of November 2018. Clause 4 retroactively appoints from the 10th of November 2023 a new commission and provides the Principal Act to apply to it as it did to the former Tax Reform Commission. This clause also provides the newly appointed commission to continue in operation to the 31st of March 2025, thereby extending its duration beyond the 6-month initial period provided for under Section 3.3 of the Principal Act. Clause 5 validates from the 10th of November 2018 the exercise or performance of any functions, duties, or operations of the Tax Reform Commission, so exercise performed under any provision of law.
Are there any speakers to clauses 1 to 5 of this bill? There appear to be none. Premier, you want to move?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that clause 1 through 5 be approved.
It is moved that clause 1 to 5 be approved. Are there any objections? There appear to be none approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the preamble be approved.
It is moved that the preamble be approved. Are there any objections to that? There appear to be none approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the bill be reported to the House as printed.
It is moved that the bill be reported to the House as printed. Are there any objections to that? There appear to be none. The bill will be reported to the House as printed. Thank you.
Yep. Good afternoon, members. Are there any objections to the bill entitled the Tax Reform Commission Dissolution, Appointment, and Validation Act being reported to the House as printed? There are none. Thank you, members, for your participation. We'll now move on to the next item, which is item number 5, the second reading of the Companies and Limited Liability Companies Amendment Act 2024 in the name of the Minister of Finance. But Minister Hayward, you're going to deliver it for him?
Correct.
Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill entitled the Companies and Limited Liability Company Amendment Act 2024 be now read a second time.
Are there any objections? There are none. Continue.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to present the Companies and Limited Liabilities Companies Amendment Act 2024 to this honorable House. This bill seeks to eliminate an administrative process involving the lease of real estate properties by corporate entities to provide housing accommodations or recreational facilities for company personnel and events. Mr. Speaker, as honorable members will be aware, the government has been making efforts to attract and retain family offices in Bermuda. As part of this initiative, typical business activities of family offices were considered, as well as Bermuda's existing framework and regulatory requirements that might impact those families' offices doing businesses here. Mr. Speaker, following consultation with industry representatives and reviews of options for a family office product, various suggestions were put forward for discussion and consideration by relevant ministries and regulatory agencies. Mr. Speaker, while focusing on family office initiatives, was originally intended to identify possible solutions or incentives for family offices, we have taken the opportunity to make changes that would also benefit other Bermuda business governed by the same legislation, policies, and procedures that may be used by family offices. Mr. Speaker, honorable members will be aware that we are also actively working to streamline government processes to eliminate unnecessary red tape. This bill is aimed at reducing administrative burden relating to corporate leasing of residential accommodations for employees and leasing of recreational facilities for a term up to 21 years.
Mr. Speaker, presently a company must make an application to the Register of Companies for consent from the Minister of Finance prior to entering into or renewing a residential lease to accommodate a staff member or for rental of a recreational facility. Once an application has been received by the ROC, it is reviewed for completeness and processed by the ROC personnel. Processing by the ROC includes the following steps: a review of the proposed lease and any prior lease terms is conducted to ensure that the aggregate term does not exceed the 21-year limitation, including in the statute. Due diligence is performed on the proposed landlord. Where the landlord is a trust, a due diligence review of the trust beneficiaries is also conducted. An executive summary memo is prepared outlining the applicable laws, various aspects of the proposed lease, and the application's compliance status with respect to required filings and fees. The executive summary memo, draft consent letter, and proposed lease are forwarded to the Ministry of Finance for review and consideration by the Minister. Following the receipt of the Minister's decision, ROC notifies the applicant of the outcome, and where consent is granted, the list of residential lease consents maintained by ROC is updated and the consent is made available for public inspection. Mr. Speaker, ROC has previously aimed to process these applications for consent within 5 days of receipt. However, increased regulatory responsibilities, resource constraints, requirements for processing other applications, and handling matters with higher priorities may result in substantial delays. Mr. Speaker, during the last 7 years, there have been a total of 102 consents provided in relation to residential leases. The totals are as following: 12 in 2018, 6 in 2019, 15 in 2020, 17 in 2021, 17 in 2022, 21 in 2023, and 14 in 2024. The process to grant these consents is extremely burdensome and delays the receipt of rental income by Bermudian property owners who must wait for government approval to execute what is essentially a standard contract for renting a property. Mr. Speaker, there are various layers of regulation that already apply to persons doing business in Bermuda. For example, to comply with anti-money laundering and anti-terrorist financing laws, banks are required to conduct due diligence on their customers and engage in ongoing monitoring of their banking transactions. This would include Bermudian property owners who receive rent payments into the Bermudian bank accounts. Beneficial owners of all companies are subjected to due diligence checks and ongoing filing requirements. The settlers and beneficiaries of Bermuda Trust are also subject to due diligence checks by appropriate parties such as licensed trustees, private trust companies, or licensed corporate service providers. Compliance with requirements for annual filings and company fees is also subject to enforcement powers of the Register of Companies. Mr. Speaker, it is also noted that there is no similar approval requirement for leases of land up to 50 years for the business purpose of a company or limited liability company, also commonly referred to as an LLC. Accordingly, the bill will make the following amendments: the Companies Act 1981 and the Limited Liabilities Companies Act 2016 will both be amended to remove the requirement for companies and local LLCs to obtain consent of the Minister of Finance for certain land holding for terms up to a maximum of 21 years. A new provision will be inserted into the Limited Liabilities Companies Act 2016 to mirror the newly amended provision to apply the same flexibility for exempt LLCs. And in consequence, the substantive amendment, the fee for making an application with the Register of Companies for the required consent is being repealed. Mr. Speaker, following enactment of this bill, all companies and LLCs will be able to enter into the subject leases as a matter of law. These changes will alleviate administrative burdens for corporate tenants and their service providers, the Register of Companies, and the Ministry of Finance. Bermudian property owners will also benefit from these changes since the current delays in the rental process due to these consent requirements will be eliminated. Imagine, if you will, being a Bermudian property owner, having a mortgage to pay, and coming to an agreement with a prospective leasee, only to incur and hold up in executing the lease due to an administrative process. These amendments will overcome that hurdle. Mr. Speaker, while today's bill is not a landmark change, it is indicative of progress. Progress in making it easier for Bermuda companies and Bermuda property owners to conduct their business, and progress in ensuring the government resources are used more efficiently. Mr. Speaker, although the requirements for consent is being removed, companies and LLCs will still be obligated to comply with existing laws and regulations regarding land use and land holdings. The 21-year limit on leases will still apply, and the removal of consent is not expected to compromise compliance with local laws or international standards. Mr. Speaker, this bill is just one of many steps we are taking to make Bermuda a better place to do business. The Family Office framework that was tabled earlier this calendar year highlighted many of Bermuda's existing corporate products, as well as proposed changes to enhance legal protections and provide more flexibility for certain products. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to work to attract new businesses and investment to Bermuda, while also streamlining government processes and reducing red tape. We look forward to bringing forth more legislation to achieve these goals in the coming months. Mr. Speaker, I wish to extend my sincere thanks to the technical officers in the Ministry of Economy and Labor, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Justice, as well as the private sector representatives for their assistance with this proposal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Does any other member wish to? Opposition Leader, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the Honorable Minister for bringing this before the House. We in the opposition are fans of cutting red tape, and so we are generally always are positive with these kinds of developments. But we do have some questions relating to this particular red tape. In the United Kingdom, they finished an investigation into the Grenfell Towers disaster, and it was attributed to the slashing of red tape relating to the installation of different kinds of materials on the construction site that led to the disaster. So we do have to be careful with what red tape we cut and for what purpose. To that end, I would like to ask the minister, or rather, I'll start with this position. When we join the corporate service provider world, Mr. Speaker, you're typically walk down into the basement of where they keep the classrooms, and they walk you through the Companies Act and why it's structured the way it is, and how all of this works, especially as it relates to the registrar of companies and the controls that are in place. To that end, one of the reasons that there is ministerial oversight is a matter of public policy in terms of ensuring that exempted companies don't provide undue or compete with local companies for the finite properties that are on island. So essentially, that oversight is a matter of public policy from the minister's level. This differs substantially to conduct regulations such as the criminality provisions imposed by the Proceeds of Crime legislation that the minister referred to, which requires banks and others to ascertain the identity of people, as well as ensure their legitimacy and the legitimacy of the funds they send. So to that end, these are not the same thing. That is that the ministerial oversight is a question of public policy and the protection of Bermuda and Bermuda's interests, whereas the conduct legislation relates to criminality. So my question to the minister is, now that we're doing away with the ministerial oversight as a matter of public policy, what is the guardrails to ensure that that we ensure that exempted companies are not displacing locals in the real estate market? Thank you.
Thank you, Opposition Leader. Does any other member wish to make a contribution at this time? None other? Minister?
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honorable member for that particular question. But when we talk about guardrails and protection of against competition,
we then have to look at the facts. The facts are clearly laid out in the statistics that were provided. There were less than 25 residential leases annually that are actually provided or applied for by exempted companies. And so, based off of our vast property market, um, this doesn't substantially increase competition. The other thing, when we looked at checks and due diligence and the process, we looked at this notion of protectionism. And there was not one recorded case where consent was actually not granted. And so consent was granted as a matter of process. And as a result, this bill neither does anything to increase competition or take away from the protections that were there in the past.
No problem.
I move that the bill now be committed.
Thank you. Deputy.
Members, we are now in committee of the whole for further consideration of the bill entitled the Companies and Limited Liability Company Amendment Act 2024. And this bill is being piloted by Minister Jason Hayward. Minister, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, I move clauses 1 to 4.
Continue.
Mr. Chairman, this bill seeks to amend the Companies Act 1981 and the Limited Liabilities Companies Act 2016 to remove the requirement for companies and limited liability companies to obtain ministerial consent for certain land holdings for a term up to 21 years. Clause 1 is the title of the bill. Mr. Chairman, Clause 1 provides for the title of the bill. Mr. Chairman, Clause 2 amends Section 20, Subsection 4, and 29, Subsection 1A2 of the Companies Act 1981 to remove the requirement for local and exempt companies to obtain the consent of the minister to hold land by way of lease or letting agreement for a term not exceeding 21 years to provide accommodations or recreational facilities for their officers and employees. Mr. Chairman, Clause 3 amends Section 20 of the Limited Liabilities Companies Act 2016 to remove the requirement for local limited liability companies to obtain the consent of the minister to hold land by way of lease or letting agreement for a term not exceeding 21 years to provide accommodations or recreational facilities for their managers, officers, and employees. This clause also amends Section 24 of that Act to insert a new matching provision for exempted LLCs. Mr. Chairman, Clause 4 makes a consequential amendment to Head 16 of the Government Fees Regulations 1976 to remove the fee of $100 that was prescribed for applying for residential lease consents under Section 120 and Section 129 of the Companies Act 1981. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any speakers to clauses 1 to 4? They're pretty be none. Minister, you can move.
Mr. Chairman, I move that clauses 1 to 4 be approved.
It has been moved that clauses 1 to 4 be approved. Are there any objections to that? There appear to be none. Approved.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the preamble be approved.
It has been moved that the preamble be approved. Are there any objections to that? There appear to be none. Approved.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the bill be reported to the House as printed.
It has been moved that the bill be reported to the House as printed. Are there any objections to that? There appear to be none. The bill will be reported to the House as printed. Nice spell.
Good afternoon, members. Are there any objections to the bill entitled the Limited Liabilities Company Amendment Act 2024 being reported to the House as printed? There are none. Thank you, members, for contributing to that matter. We will now move on to the next item, which is item number 6, which is the second reading of the Restaurant Temporary Customs Duty Relief Amendment Act 2024 in the name of the Junior Minister of Finance. Junior Minister?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill entitled Hotels Temporary Customs Duty Relief Amendment Act 2024 be now read for the second time.
Are there any objections? There are none. Continue, Minister. Junior Minister?
Mr. Speaker, honorable members are requested now to give consideration to the bill entitled Hotels Temporary Customs Duty Relief Amendment Act 2024. Mr. Speaker, the bill proposes to amend the Hotels Temporary Customs Duty Relief Act 1991 to approve an additional period of duty relief in respect of capital goods to be used in capital investment schemes for hotels. Mr. Speaker, honorable members will recall that the period of temporary customs duty relief for hotels was extended for a period of 5 years, effective April 1st, 2019. This period of duty relief expired on the 31st of March, 2024. Mr. Speaker, honorable members will appreciate the importance of upgrading Bermuda's tourism product in order to revitalize the local tourism industry. A vibrant and exciting hotel sector is an essential component in the government's quest to provide a first-class experience for our island's visitors. Fortunately for Bermuda, most hoteliers are committed to upgrading their facilities to the highest standards possible. And those that have already reached world-class status are determined to maintain that achievement. To reach their goals, in the prevailing economic climate, a number of hoteliers will be in greater need of assistance than...
Junior Minister, let me just pause you for a minute. We're supposed to be doing number 6. It appears that you're reading number 7. But I'm going to do this. I have to acknowledge that, but I'm going to seek the indulgence of the House that you just continue with 7, and we'll come back to 6. Okay? So, all right.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members will appreciate the importance of upgrading Bermuda's tourism product in order to revitalize the local tourism industry. A vibrant and exciting hotel sector is an essential component in the government's quest to provide a first-class experience for our island's visitors. Fortunately for Bermuda, most hoteliers are committed to upgrading their facilities to the highest standards possible, and those that have already reached world-class status are determined to maintain that achievement. To reach their goals in the prevailing economic climate, a number of hoteliers will be in greater need of assistance than in the past. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to inform this honorable House that during the last 5 years, the Bermuda's hotel sector has benefited by claiming and receiving approximately $8.8 million in duty relief in respect of goods imported for the renovation and refurbishment of their facilities. Over the next 5 years, this customs duty concession will continue to be of immense benefit to the hotel sector and, by extension, the general economy of Bermuda. Mr. Speaker, this government intends for the extended period of the duty concessions for hotels to be backdated to April 1st, 2024, to provide for an uninterrupted hotels temporary duty relief for a full 5-year period through the 31st of March, 2029. And with that, I will comment further on the measures of the bill in committee. And I move that this bill...
No.
I'm all over.
Are you finished your comments?
Yes, thank you.
You said I'll invite other members to speak now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would any other member like to make a contribution to this matter? Opposition Whip, you have the
Yes.
floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not much to say here. Just a bit of clarification, really. I would like from the honorable member. I noticed with the dates and the likes that it may suggest that it is retro. So when we go into committee, basically, I think we can ask the question, and maybe get some clarity on this. And then I was wondering, essentially with this, we also have, not only do we have this customs duty relief, but we also have the Tourism Investment Act, which basically states the same thing for any investments. So I was just trying to understand a little better about why we're continuing with the two when we have the Tourism Investment Act, which allows for restaurants, hotels, you name it, to be able to get this duty relief, as to why we would need to then extend this. So essentially, the hotel really has two options for the same thing. It may seem a bit redundant. I don't know. Maybe there's something that I'm missing here, but would be nice to know why we're still continuing with the two different measures to accomplish this very, very same thing. So what I'll do is I'll leave that for committee, my next question, but that really is just my overall view. Obviously, we support any aid that we can give while hotels and the likes are still trying to pull themselves into a position of profit. So I'll save my comments further for committee.
Thank you. Does any other member wish to make a contribution? None? MP Swan?
Yeah, yes,
Okay.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just ever so briefly to share the importance of the need for refurbishments to assist and encourage hotels to remain fresh, and just to say that during the summer months, the hotels have been enjoying a very good season. But we do know, Mr. Speaker, that the opportunity for Bermuda to grow ourselves in the tourism market lies between the months of November and April each year, where hotel occupancy is traditionally very, very low. So anything that we can do that will encourage both the upgrade and restoration of properties, and we see it happening at places like Grotto Bay and the like, making extensive improvements to the property is, and adding rooms are very very important, Mr. Speaker. But I can't help but emphasize more than enough that the opportunity to grow tourism exists between the periods of November through to April. What we've always called, whatever name we give it, spa and golf season, shoulder season, and the like. With the availability of unsold inventory, there's huge opportunity there. And so we look forward to encouraging our hotel sector to remain current, remain fresh, and buoyed by the fact that we now have a $560 million investment in Princess coming along. Others will be looking to keep pace, and let us not lose sight of that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Is any other member? You're none, Junior Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank honorable colleagues for their contribution to this debate. I think in response to one of the questions that were raised is the fact that the Tourism Investment Act refers to land tax and payroll tax, which this particular amendment act simply refers to customs duty. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be committed.
Thank you. Deputy.
Honorable members, we are now in committee of the whole for further consideration of the bill entitled Hotels Temporary Customs Duty Relief Amendment Act 2024. Minister Joshe Adams, you have the floor. Continue. Continue. Mhm. Any further speakers to clauses 1 to 3 of this bill? MP Cannoneer, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just on clause 2, where it speaks to the date lines there, understanding the commencement, this is retroactive. Is the minister aware of, between that period of the 31st of March 2024 up until this date, whether or not that relief was given in respect to any hotels?
Minister?
Mr. Chairman, under normal circumstances, businesses availing themselves on temporary duty relief under CPC 5000 must adjust their initial customs declaration and pay the outstanding duty. However, hoteliers will not be required to adjust their CPC 5509 customs duty declaration with CPC 5509. This is due to the manner in which CPC 5509 was configured to be used on
So
the
the
customs
answer is yes?
declaration. Yes. I'm getting-
That's all.
I don't know how thorough you want me to be, Mr.
No,
Chairman.
the question was a yes or no
Thorough.
answer.
I can
Yeah.
be thorough, but yes, is
Yeah.
the short answer.
Thank you, Minister. Any further speakers? Mr. Cannoneer, you have the floor.
And to continue on with clause 2, just curious as to, this, it's 6 months later. I'm not sure who oversees these things, but is there any particular reason why we're just getting to this at this point in
Any
stage?
further questions?
That's it.
Okay.
That's all.
Minister?
Mr. Speaker, I think the extension of the period was not progressed during the last 2 legislative terms due to a number of unforeseen technical issues.
Thank you. Any further speakers to this bill, the Hotels Temporary Custom Duty Relief Amendment Act 2024? There appear to be none. Minister, you can move the clauses. 1 to 3.
Mr. Chairman, I move that clauses 1 through 3 be committed.
No, be approved.
Pre-approved, sorry.
It has been moved that clauses 1 to 3 be approved. Are there any objections to that? There appear to be none. Approved to the preamble.
I move that the preamble be approved.
It has been moved that the preamble be approved. Are there any objections to that? There appear to be none. Approved.
I move that the bill be reported to the House as printed.
It has been moved that the bill be reported to the House as printed. Are there any objections to that? There appear to be none. The bill will be reported to the House as printed. That's nice. There. That's great.
Members, are there any objections to the bill entitled the Hotel Temporary Customs Relief Amendment 2024 being reported to the House as printed? There are none. We'll do item number 6, which is the second reading of the Restaurant Temporary Customs Relief Amendment Act 2024.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill entitled Restaurant Temporary Customs Duty Relief Amendment Act 2024 be now read the second time.
Are there any objections to that? There are none. Continue.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members are requested now to give consideration to the bill entitled Restaurant Temporary Customs Duty Relief Amendment Act 2024. Mr. Speaker, the bill proposes to amend the Restaurants Temporary Customs Duty Relief Act 2002 to approve an additional period of duty relief in respect of capital goods to be used in capital investment schemes for restaurants. Mr. Speaker, honorable members will recall that the period of temporary customs duty relief for restaurants was last extended for a period of 5 years, effective April 1st, 2019. This period of duty relief expired on the 31st of March, 2024. Mr. Speaker, honorable members will appreciate the importance of upgrading Bermuda's tourism product in order to revitalize the local tourism industry. A vibrant and exciting restaurant sector is an essential component in the government's quest to provide a first-class experience for our island's visitors. Fortunately for Bermuda, most restaurateurs are committed to upgrading their facilities to the highest standards possible, and those that have already reached world-class status are determined to maintain that achievement. To reach their goals in the prevailing economic climate, a number of restaurateurs will be in greater need of assistance than in the past. Speaker, I am pleased to inform this honorable House that during the last 5 years, the Bermuda's restaurant sector has benefited by claiming and receiving approximately $2.5 million in duty relief in respect of goods imported for the renovation and refurbishment of their facilities. Over the next 5 years, this customs duty concession will continue to be of immense benefit to the restaurant sector and, by extension, the general economy of Bermuda. Mr. Speaker, this government intends for the extended period of the duty concession of restaurants to be backdated to April 1st, 2024, to provide for uninterrupted restaurants temporary duty relief for a full 5-year period through the 31st of March, 2029. I will comment further on the measures of the bill in committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Does any other member wish to make a contribution at this time? Opposition whip?
Yeah, thank you. Really to say that we recognize the circumstances and let's get on with the bill.
Any further speakers? There are none. Junior Minister?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill now be committed.
Thank you. Deputy? A lot of exercise today, Deputy.
Honorable members, we are now in committee of the whole for further consideration of the bill entitled the Restaurants Temporary Customs Duty Relief Amendment Act 2024. Minister Joshe Adams, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I move that clauses 1 to 3 be approved.
Well, explain them first and then see if you got any speakers. Just read the first 3.
Okay.
The only 3.
This bill seeks to amend the Restaurants Temporary Customs Duty Relief Act 1991 to extend the duty relief period which qualifying goods may be imported. Clause 1 provides the citation for the bill. Clause 2 amends Section 72B1 of the Restaurants Temporary Customs Duty Relief Act 1991 by deleting the reference to 31st of March 2024 and substituting it with the 31st of March 2029. And Clause 3 provides for retrospective commencement on the 1st of April 2024.
Thank you, Junior Minister, Mr. Adams. Any speakers to that? There appear to be no speakers. You want to move the clauses?
So I move that clauses 1 through 3 be approved.
It has been moved that clauses 1 to 3 be approved. Are there any objections to that? There appear to be none approved. It has been moved that the preamble be approved. Are there any objections to that? There appear to be none. The preamble is approved. It has been moved that the bill be reported to the House as printed. Are there any objections to that? There appear to be none. The bill will be reported to the House as printed.
Members, are there any objections to the bill entitled "A Restaurant Temporary Customs Duty Relief Amendment Act 2024" being reported to the House as printed? There are none. So we move on to the next item. The next item is item number 8, the consideration of supplementary estimates number 1, financial year 2024 and 2025. Premier?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
I'm going to follow what is read on my recital. Stand by for 1 second, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 43.4 and 43.5, and with the concurrence of the Cabinet, I move that supplementary estimate number 1 for financial year be approved, and I move that the House to resolve itself in Committee of Supply to consider the estimates.
Members, the Premier has read out the supplementary that should be discussed, and as you know, these go straight into committee. So the House has now been moved into committee. And Deputy Speaker. Okay.
Honorable members, we are now in Committee of Supply for further consideration of the supplementary estimates for the financial year 2024-25. Premier David Burke, Finance Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the supplementary estimate 2024-25 and the contained schedule identifies 16 items totaling $24,949,620 to be included in the supplementary estimate number 1 for 2024-25, made up of $17,637,559 on current account and $7,342,061 on capital accounts. Honorable members are reminded of my address to the Bermuda public delivered on the 25th July 2024, pledging to provide additional support to families to address critical social issues in the community and also to address the rising cost of living. I indicate that ministers will be working throughout the summer to develop initiatives to meet with the community's need for additional resources to improve the lives of Bermudians. Mr. Chair, this work is ongoing, but many of the work in regards to the matters related to the items here in the supplementary estimate have been completed, and the supplementary estimate details additional resources required to implement the social focus of this investment package. Supplementary estimate number 1, the key areas include increasing investment in public safety, enhancing support for mental health and community services, additional resources for educators and social workers, additional resources for the homeless, additional resources for counseling and post-traumatic counseling inside of matters related to our community, additional resources for training and apprenticeship programs, and additional matters relating to the interventions that are necessary to make sure that our young people are not going on to a path of antisocial behavior, in addition to additional rehabilitation programs at our prisons as well. As mentioned, Mr. Chair, the total current account expenditures amount to $17,637,559. Mr. Speaker, also a part of the additional resources to support the people of Bermuda, there are several capital items focused on community needs. Mr. Chair, it is clear that also you cannot deliver services without having the facilities deliver services, and whether that is upgrading for our youth facilities, whether that is the improved measures of which I've spoken about, insofar as with docks for youth programs so they can actually go back to Port Island and White Island, as I did when I was a young person, whether it is making sure that we take care of the sandwich generation and recognize the sandwich generation is there and provide options with the creation of a seniors daycare facility and the investment that is necessary there, or whether or not it's just the things inside of our community, whether or not those are playgrounds that our children can play in, or whether or not that is the required work to make sure our communities are more safe with required road lighting and other things inside of our communities. This package is additional funds that do supplement the largest capital allocation that this country has seen in 15 years. And of course, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, the capital allocation totals $7,342,061. Mr. Chair, as mentioned in my statement to the House earlier today, Bermuda's economy continues to grow with an increase in tax revenues that is being seen. The increased revenues enables the government to reduce taxes, which we have done, but also to invest in further social support for the people of Bermuda while delivering a budget surplus. Honorable members will recall that the criteria for determining a debatable supplementary estimate requires that all items on the current account to be debated if the total current account spend of a ministry shows an increase of greater than 10% or $250,000 when compared to the original estimate. And of course, Mr. Chair, as per the rules, all capital items are debatable. Applying the criteria that I've just described, all items on the current account and all items on the capital account in this particular supplementary estimate are debatable. And therefore, Mr. Chair, as is known, individual ministers are prepared to do their individual heads, and we will begin whenever you wish us to do so. But just for clarity, count items 1 through 8 are debatable, and capital account items 9 through 17 are debatable.
You may start, Finance Minister. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you know, the responsibilities for the Cabinet Office are shared under 2 ministers. I will go first, and then I will certainly invite the Minister for the Cabinet Office to go second. Mr. Chair, I move that we consider Head 9.
Continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, Head 9 contains 2 items on this supplementary estimate. One are the matters in relation to the additional funding for the digital transformation initiatives, and the other is additional funding for the policy and strategy section. I'll be covering the policy and strategy section, and the Minister for the Cabinet Office will deliver the matters related to the digital transformation section. Mr. Chair, the amount of $325,000 has been allocated to further the important work that is being done by the Cabinet Office and an interdisciplinary team of professionals to further support government departments and agencies in cost of living reduction measures. The initiatives undertaken and supported are essential to the government's commitment, specifically addressing the matters of food security and also the increasing costs on island. And those teams will continue to support various government departments in addition to the work of which they're doing themselves. And this additional funds will allow for additional external help to be assisted with the policy and strategy team to make sure that any items which are considered are able to be subject to the necessary scrutiny and can be brought quickly into effect. I will now defer to the Honorable Minister of the Cabinet Office, who has the further items for the Digital Transformation Initiative under Head 9.
Minister of Cabinet Office, Crystal Caesar, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, I am pleased to speak to this honorable House on the supplementary estimates appropriated to support the government's digital transformation initiatives. Mr. Chairman, the government of Bermuda has prioritized digital transformation as a key component of its strategic objectives for 2024-25, and as a key component of the Public Service Strategy Plan 2024 to 27. The Digital Transformation Initiative is integral to enhancing the efficiency, transparency, and accessibility of public services. As part of this effort, digitizing a number of applications for government services will significantly reduce processing times, improve accuracy, and enhance user experience. Mr. Chairman, a total of $1.5 million has been dedicated to the implementation of digital transformation initiatives, with a specific earmark of $250,000 to be deferred to the Ministry of Economy and Labor to progress work on the overall digitization of immigration applications. This 250,000 will contribute to the aim of a fully digitized immigration application system, enabling online submissions, automated processing, and real-time status tracking. This will streamline operations, reduce paperwork, and improve service delivery to applicants. Mr. Chairman, the remaining 1.25 million will be allocated to the following digital transformation projects to be executed within this fiscal year. To support the advancement of the use of artificial intelligence technologies, 150,000 will be dedicated to performing a proof of concept phase, which involves implementing AI to automate the processing a key government service. We are currently exploring short-term work permits and land title registrations, both areas of which require urgent attention to improve effectiveness. This project will train AI models with historical data, establish a sandbox environment, and develop predictive analytics models. The deliverables for this phase include a work AI model, predictive analytic models, and a POC report. Secondly, Mr. Chairman, 250,000 will be allocated to enhance the online payment platform. This project will expand the existing online payment portal with advanced features, expanded department integration, and performance optimization. The deliverables will include a redesigned user interface, additional payment gateways, and a user feedback system. Thirdly, 225,000 will be allocated to commence development of a one-stop shop for government services. The aim is to create a comprehensive portal that can centralize all government services, making it easy for the public to access and complete transactions. The deliverables for this phase include a fully functional preliminary online portal, exploration of market options for a comprehensive platform, and pilot testing. Bear with me, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, that's all right, my dear. You take your time. Church starts tomorrow.
Mr. Chairman, 200,000 will be dedicated to streamline our compensation and benefits processes. This investment aims to improve our internal processing, benefits administration, and data security, while providing valuable insights for informed decision-making. Mr. Chairman, 220,000 will be allocated for operational and support needs of the digital transformation team. This includes mission-critical enterprise license and support, which covers a full-time dedicated technical success manager, source code escrow, prioritization for change requests, and liaison with architects for development planning and review. Cloud hosting is also included to cover hosting, high availability backups, maintenance, server support, and monitoring. Recapture Enterprise will be implemented to enhance security. This allocation will also support additional equipment and licenses necessary for operations of the digital transformation team. Further, an amount of 75,000 will be invested in preparing the government workforce for the digital future through comprehensive training, programs, partnerships with educational institutions, and workshops on emerging digital tools. This investment will ensure that employees are equipped with the necessary skills to support the digital transformation process and maintain efficient service delivery. Finally, Mr. Chairman, to ensure readiness and mitigate any unforeseen risks, 130,000 will be allocated for contingency planning and rapid response measures during project implementation. Mr. Chairman, the total additional expenditure required for these initiatives in the 2024-25 fiscal year is 1.5 million, with 1.25 million allocated to the digital transformation projects and 250,000 to the Ministry of Economy and Labor for Immigration and Policy, Immigration Application Digitization. To ensure the swift ramp up of the implementation of the initiatives, the Digital Transportation Team, or DTT, will immediately begin planning and preparing for contracting and embrace a cloud-first approach. This will first involve identifying key vendors and service providers for critical components, such as AI integration, payment portal enhancements, and cloud hosting. A cloud first approach will allow the team to rapidly deploy services and scale as needed without the delays associated with physical infrastructure. Mr. Chairman, the digital transformation initiatives align with the government's strategic priorities and are critical to advancing the digital transformation agenda. Our goal is to enhance the overall digital infrastructure and ensure the government can deliver high quality, secure, and accessible services to its citizens. Accordingly, Mr. Chairman, this honorable House is invited to approve the total supplementary expenditure of $1.5 million for the 2024-25 fiscal year for digital transformation initiatives. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Minister. Any speakers to that? They're pretty. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I would just ask, I'm glad to see these issues or these initiatives here. Many who have to deal with the government will be frustrated with how far we seem to be behind times when it comes to the use of technology and digitization. Well, my only question would be to the minister would be, how many of these are actually the money to get new initiatives started, or is all of this to help continue initiatives that are already in train? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Minister? You, Minister, if you can reply to MP Campbell.
Thank you. All of it is for new initiatives.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, there appear to be none.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the minister taking through her first supplementary estimate as minister for the Cabinet Office, and I move that head 9 be approved. May I ask just one clarification, Mr. Chair? The minister did cover one matter inside of her particular brief, which speaks to item number 14. And as those matters were covered there, may I ask if honorable members may have questions on that? Because it was split out. It was part of the digital transformation, but that 250 for immigration was mentioned inside of there. And that might cause some confusion with persons who heard the minister say 1.5, whereas those items were split out. And if we can do, if I can move item number 1 and 14 to be approved, but I would just want to make sure if there's any questions in case anyone wanted to ask questions on item number 14.
Thank you, Premier. Any questions on item 14? The chair recognizes the leader of the opposition.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr.
Chair.
Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the Honorable Premier for bringing it to our attention that he's moving 14 along with item 1. My questions on 14 relate to obviously the digitization project. Specifically, the minister did speak of a joined up work with Cabinet. My question is, the project for digitization under immigration has already spent $350,000 on record, or 345. I'm happy to be corrected. Equally, the 2024-2025 budget has $150,000 already allocated to that project. So my question is, why are we allocating another $250,000 more? And if the minister could give an update on the digitization project. Thank you.
Minister Hayes, you want to answer that, please?
Mr. Speaker, the digitization project is an elaborate project. And we looked at where the funding would actually be provided is not just for the actual software to allow for the digitization of applications, but it's also to ensure that you have the proper back-end infrastructure as well. And that is one of the challenges that we face. If we want a savvy
new software that is rapid in terms of its speed and creates the efficiency that's required, it has to be on a server that it can also power that level of efficiency. And so when we start to look at the project, the project can be split on into specific cost, making sure that you have the proper project management skills in place, making sure that you have the proper vendor in place, and then ensuring that you have the capital associated with the back end infrastructures to ensure that we have a successful project.
Thank you, Minister Hayward. Any further questions? MP Richardson?
Yes, thank you. The Honorable Premier has made the point that this is a social spending supplementary for social focus, cost of living, support families, etc. I'm mindful that the Honorable Minister has not yet had the opportunity to go to the public on his line items, but if he could just address why this collected or consolidated spending on immigration digitization will help out with supporting families, cost of living, social focus, etc. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, our economy is circular. And so the speeding up of work permit processing then enables one, businesses to execute their business in a more timely manner. Number two, it adds more jobs into the economy, which means that we have more people paying for payroll tax. The fiscal position that we in is as a result of us having higher tax receipts, as a result of having a strong business environment, and as a result of having workers that are paying into the system. I reported last week that employment income increased by 11%. That 11% employment income increase has taxes associated with it. Those taxes allow the government to power and fund the social initiatives within this country.
Thank you, Minister Hayward. Any further questions?
None, thank you.
Okay. Premier.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move that item number 1 and 14 be approved and send part of the supplementary estimate.
It is been moved that items 1 and 4.
14, sorry.
14, I'm sorry. Head 9 and head 66 be approved. Are there any objections to that? There proved to be none approved. The next up is finance.
I have not yet taken my seat.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, could you just give me 1 second? My neck is beginning to hurt, so I'm gonna actually get a thing.
Are you gonna get a seat?
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that we now consider item number 2, which is head 10.
Continue.
Oh, I'm sorry. Item number 2. I will do
10.
Item number 2 and item number 13 at the same time. 13 is the capital account, so I'm doing item number 2, and item number 13 is this brief contains both particular items, one current, one capital.
Okay.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the supplementary estimates for the Ministry of Finance headquarters total $4.5 million. This amount is a grant to fund expenses relating to the establishment of the Corporate Income Tax Agency. This amount is derived from both current and capital accounts, $3.5 million from the current account and $1 million from the capital account. For good order, here's an overview of why a budget supplemental is required. Mr. Chair, late in 2023, the government, in partnership with the Ministry of Finance, enacted the Corporate Income Tax Act 2023. This marked a significant milestone reflecting strong collaboration, extensive consultation with both industry stakeholders and the public. The implementation of the corporate income tax regime is a multi-year project set to commence in financial year 2024-25, which we're currently in, and extend into the next fiscal year. In July 2024, the Corporate Income Tax Agency Act was passed to establish an agency to administer the corporate income tax laws and exercise the power conferred by Section 3 of the Corporate Income Tax Act 2023, with the requisite powers and responsibilities to ensure that public confidence and international credibility is maintained in the regime. Like our highly regarded integrated financial services regulator, it was deemed appropriate to establish such an agency as a separate body to carry out these important responsibilities arising from Bermuda's strong commitment to cooperation and compliance with international requirements. Contained in the Corporate Income Tax Agency Act are all the powers that are required to effectively carry out its duties and functions. Under the oversight of a board of directors and led by a suitably qualified and experienced chief executive officer, it is anticipated that the agency will work closely with the Ministry of Finance, industry, international bodies, and other tax agencies to ensure the relevant tax matters are appropriately and effectively managed. Bermuda's historical tax system was developed to reflect our size, location, and the nature of our economy, and other such relevant key factors that define our island home. However, as international norms and requirements have evolved, it was deemed necessary to implement a corporate income tax framework that embodied key aspects of the global minimum tax agreement adopted by the Inclusive Framework, which falls under the auspices of the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development. Effective administration of such a system requires Bermuda to build a team of persons with relevant expertise and experience that hitherto was not required within the Bermuda government network. This agency allows for that to be done in an effective manner with the support of our dedicated team of specialist advisors, while building on the experience we already have in working in the international tax and regulatory areas. The proposed funding will allow for key steps to be progressed within this financial year to ensure the agency can carry out its work in a timely and effective manner. The project plan has been developed, and a dedicated project team is now focused on addressing relevant action steps required for successful implementation of this plan. Ensuring that the agency has the right leadership has been a key focus for this quarter, and the relevant arrangements in this area are now being finalized. The plan will allow for the e-registration to take place in the first quarter of 2025 when the Act comes into force. The focus here is to ensure that we have an appropriate technological solution to meet the domestic and international requirements and minimize unnecessary bureaucracy. We have already consulted on the relevant administrative matters, which include taxpayers paying deposits of expected taxes in 2 tranches during 2025. The first such deposit will be due and payable in August 2025, and the second one in November. Having systems and resources in place to meet all of the key deadlines are critical priorities, and having this working capital in place to ensure the agency of Bermuda can meet its obligations and achieve all of the key relevant milestones are critical. We have worked with our advisor to configure estimates of the cost to establish the agency for the remainder of the 2024-25 fiscal year to cover personnel, facilities, systems, and overhead costs. On the basis of that, the ministry considers a supplementary grant of $4 million additional is required to be appropriated for this fiscal year. In establishing the corporate income tax agency, finding an appropriate technological solution for the agency is seen as important, as it will ultimately result in lower personnel requirements that might otherwise be the case and will likely have a positive impact on the overall cost of compliance. Therefore, the initial cost of the agency is expected to increase to higher levels until fully functional technological systems and personnel are in place, which will eventually reduce ongoing expenses. Mr. Chair, time is tight to implement a new system to collect significant revenues for the government of Bermuda. This is an unusual position, with most jurisdictions having well-established corporate income tax regimes in place, and so there are no obvious off-the-shelf solutions available. The work required to implement a technological system that meets the needs of Bermuda and provides a simple mechanism for eligible companies to pay tax should not be underestimated. The system will also need to interface with relevant government systems to reduce duplication of work, police the perimeter, and validate the eligible taxpayer base. However, with the support of this funding, the necessary work can be done. Mr. Chair, the supplementary estimate in the amount of $4.5 million is required for fiscal 2024-25 under Head 10, $3.5 million under the current account, and $1 additional $1 million under the capital account. And I now welcome honorable members to give their questions in this.
Any speakers? Mr. Richardson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Obviously, the corporate income tax authority or agency is crucial to advancing Bermuda's compliance with international requirements and is quite aspirational. So we look forward to this work. But we do have some questions for the Honorable Finance Minister. Specifically, I see that he has put forward supplementary estimates of $3.5 million for the agency, as well as $1 million under capital acquisitions. And to that end, that amounts to about 18% or 1/5 of the total spending under the supplementary. If he could explain how the CITA, again, 1/5 of the spending, is connected to his points raised earlier in his July address and address earlier today, that this is to support families, address cost of living, and social focus. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to answer the question for the honorable member. There is a supplementary estimate that is dealing with these particular matters. This is focused on social spending, but there are other things to be done. But here's the most important point. We will not be able to reduce the cost of living in this country in the future. We will not be able to reduce or eliminate customs duty. We will not be able to reduce or eliminate the employer payroll tax unless we can actually collect the money that is coming towards us. And so it is important that we get this right. The fact is, this is additional money that has been allocated. There's money that was allocated in the original budget. A lot of those funds have been used for ongoing work with consultants as the process of the OECD is continuing. But the fact is, we are going to get this right, and we are going to put this into place. So I understand the particular political point that he's trying to make, and that is the reason why in my statements I have said an investment package primarily focused on social spending. So the fact is, without an efficient, effective, and well-established corporate income tax agency, Bermuda will not collect corporate income tax. And that is what is essential in our future to make sure that we implement universal health care, to make sure that we have the resources necessary to stabilize our pensions, to ensure that we can reduce or eliminate existing taxes, and to make sure that Bermuda remains competitive. So that is the reason why, because we want to make sure that it gets done and gets done right.
Any further questions? Ready to be done? Campbell, MP Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I just want clarification. The $1 million in the capital grant, is that for development of the systems for collection of taxes? And if so, at the end of the day, after it is developed, will it be the property of the corporate income tax agency as opposed to the property of the developer?
Premier. Mm-mm.
Just making sure. I thought the opposite leader was getting up for a question as well before. No problem. Regarding the question that was asked by the honorable member, this is a capital grant to the corporate income tax agency. As I covered in my brief, it is not necessarily that we're going to be finding an off-the-shelf model that will do this. I think that in matters related to contracting and in matters related to agencies, as the honorable member would be aware, as the foreign minister responsible for procurement, he would know that these matters are well set out, and any agency has to have procurement policies and financial policies that are in line with government. And so from that perspective, in position, it is likely that these particular matters may be owned by the government. However, it could be that there could be an off-the-shelf solution that could be modified that could also work. I can't necessarily speak to that specific item, but what I do know is they do need to have a IT solution, and whatever IT solution the incoming CEO will consider most appropriate and work with our consultants who are working along with us will be the one that is put in place to ensure that we can collect those particular taxes. I'm happy when that particular matter does come to the fore. I'm certain that the honorable members of the opposition will have many questions, and I'm sure that at some point in time in the future, as we've had numerous briefings with members of the opposition on matters related to the corporate income tax, we'll happily have the new head of the corporate income tax agency be able to provide them with those same briefings in case they have any further questions.
Any further questions? There could be none. You want to move?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that item 2 and item 13 be approved and stand part of the estimates, and that is head 10 and head 66. Just a note, Mr. Chair, all capital account items are either head 65 or 66.
Right. It is the move that item 2 and head 10 and item 13 and head 6, well, 6 has been approved. Well, 66 be approved. Any objections to that? They're pretty be none approved. So next is the Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that we now consider items 3 and 9.
3 and 9.
That would be head 16 and head 65. Mr. Chair, the Ministry of Education is seeking supplemental funding to address critical needs in the 2024-25 fiscal year. These funds are designed to ensure that the government's commitment to equitable education is met, particularly through early intervention for young children, special education services, and urgent capital improvements at Bermuda College. This funding responds directly to gaps identified through quantitative and qualitative data assessments and aligns with our broader education reform efforts. Supplemental number 1 for the financial year 24-25 consists of $1,550,600 for current account spending and $700,000 for capital spending. Mr. Chair, the bulk of the supplementary funding for current account spending will be to support assessment, intervention, and educational programs for young children and students with special needs. A breakdown of these expenditures is as follows. The Child Development Program, $410,000. The Child Development Program plays a crucial role in early childhood intervention, which is proven to have long-term benefits for educational outcomes. The supplemental funding is intended to clear the backlog of developmental assessments which have been delayed due to resource limitations. This funding will also provide specialized follow-up services for children with autism spectrum disorder, ASD, assuring that they and their families receive appropriate support at this critical stage. The Reading Clinic, $52,000. The Reading Clinic offers vital services that support students with learning differences such as dyslexia. The funding will be used to support dyslexia assessments, core reading programs, and early literacy support through the iPlay program. Dame Marjorie Bean Hope Academy, $370,000. To address the growing complexity of students' needs, this funding will provide full-time therapeutic services and equipment aimed at improving communication, motor skills, and overall care for students with profound learning disabilities. Department of Education Student Services. This includes funding for additional paraprofessionals to assist students with high needs in special education programs and for contracted psychoeducational assessments to address the growing demand for specialized support. Scholarships and awards. This funding will allow the ministry to offer more educational awards addressing the gap between the large number of applicants and the limited funding available. These funds have already begun to be allocated. The Minister's Debate Challenge. This initiative will promote critical thinking, public speaking, and collaboration among students aged 11 to 14 in public schools. Funding will cover recruitment, training, and event costs, and recruitment for participants has already begun. The transition from 3 to 2-tier education system. This will provide uniform vouchers for parents of students transitioning to senior schools under the new 5-year signature school program. Mr. Chair, Bermuda College, celebrating its 50th anniversary, requires urgent repairs to maintain a safe and conducive learning environment for students, faculty, and staff. The $700,000 requested in capital funding will address critical issues such as mold and water damage to Tech Hall, air quality concerns in Western Hall, and hazardous flooring in the Student Center. These repairs are essential to ensure the campus remains a vibrant hub of student activity and engagement. Mr. Chair, the supplementary funding sought for the 24-25 fiscal year is a targeted investment in Bermuda's educational infrastructure and special needs programs. By addressing these critical needs, the ministry is laying the groundwork for continued improvement that will benefit all students, especially those with the greatest challenges. This request reflects our commitment to creating an education system that is equitable, responsive, and prepared to meet the needs of the future. Thank you, Mr. Chair, as I welcome comments from honorable colleagues.
Thank you, Minister Cobain. Any further? Yes, and the chair recognizes MP Ben Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the minister spoke of early intervention. There was assessments that were done that have kind of shown that there's gaps that need to be filled. If the minister can just let us know when these assessments were done, when they were completed, so that we know, if we've identified these, was it in the last 6 months since the actual budget happened, so that we know why it's happening now as opposed to during the budget. The minister also spoke about clearing the backlog. If the minister can explain whether this means that we're going to have to hire more people in order to clear this backlog, like what is going to happen for that cost to actually clear the backlog? The minister also identified that they were going to have to add paraprofessionals. Once again, when did we have an assessment that said that we didn't have the correct amount, that we needed to add more? And in that context, have those paraprofessionals already been hired and part of the new school year, or is this something that's going to be happening in the future? the awards that were going to be provided for more scholarships. We obviously support giving more opportunity to our young people. If the minister can just give us an idea of what this estimate will mean from a almost how many students will be able to potentially get to tertiary education because of this. The debate program that was referred to by the minister, if he could also let us know when this process was put in place. Obviously, this is either a new initiative, and if it is, when was the discussion point to have this new initiative so that we know when it's going to be implemented and how this cost will be dealt with. The vouchers for uniforms. Once again, if the minister can let us know when this issue was identified, because obviously as we've been going through the transitions in the reform for education, this wouldn't have been the first time that we've noticed that transitioning from one school to the other potentially is causing a burden on our students. So if the minister can just let us know when this issue was identified, which is now put it in the position for the supplementary. And just on 9 for the Bermuda College, the minister talked about the changes that will be put in place to fix the facilities at the Bermuda College. When was the assessment done so that we know for the things that have been identified that now need to be upgraded, specifically for the health and safety of our community that is using the Bermuda College? And have these things been put in place for the new school year, or these changes things that have to happen in the future? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. MP Smith. Any further speakers? MP Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like the minister to ask the minister, as far as the autism and dyslexia programs, will they reside within specific schools, or any school needing those resources, will they have a program made available? And also, when can we see these programs up and running? I know there is a need out there for such programs. And as far as the paras, what sort of numbers will we see, additional numbers of paras, and when can we see them deployed within the schools?
Any further speakers? Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Mr. Chairman, and thank the members for their questions. Mr. Chairman, the early interventions or assessments are continuously done. However, due to the inability to recruit, we now have a backlog that is reaching almost two years, just over 2 years, and of just 80 students that are on this backlog. This funding, once we identified that we were able to get additional funding, we asked the Child Development Program, what can we do to address the backlog? And they have come and said, we have a plan. If we have this funding, we will then go out and go to the private sector to try and get people to come inside to help us reduce the backlog, while they still continue to recruit. They've had recruiting challenges for these positions for a number of years. And so this was one way of saying, okay, here's an opportunity for us to address those. But they have identified that through the preliminary screening, and as the for members' edification, screening is completely free for all children born in Bermuda. And once they do that screening, there are other assessments that should take place. But as I said, there is a backlog of those assessments. But through the initial screenings, they've identified that these are children that need to have additional assessments done. These children are ranged from age from 0 to 4. So some of them haven't entered into the system yet. So we want to have these things done prior to them. What we are identifying as we continue through with education reform, we started at the college level, senior school, primary school. Now a lot of our focus is at the early ages, because because that's where a lot of the work needs to take place. And if it can take place early, we avoid some of the challenges we have later on in life. I believe when the team was saying that $1 spent on $1 not spent on 0 to 4 equates to almost $20 having to be spent once they get older. And so we want to start focusing on what we need to do at that level. And as I said, it is to clear the backlog. We have about 80 students that are in need of these assessments, according to CDP. The paras, I'll answer both questions from both MPs that mentioned that the number of paras fluctuates per school year. Children get identified sometimes prior to the school year beginning, sometimes after the school year beginning. And so the number of paras tend to fluctuate. Is one of the vexing things within the Department of Education, paras and substitutes. You can't predict how many people are going to be sick or have to be out of the classroom. And while you can predict to a certain degree the number of students that require paras, there always seems to be that levels go up and down. So the funding that we're talking about here will fund, I believe it's between 6 and 8 paras, and the recruitment for those are already started and already in place. And so what we told our teams was all of these initiatives need to start right away. And so all of them are actually in train now. And so we're not waiting for the funding to come. They are in train, and the funding would then slot in where it needs to do to backfill in terms of where we need to fill holes where we take the money from. In terms of the scholarships, this year the Ministry of Education received over 600 applications. We only had enough funding to give out 70. I want to remind the listening public and colleagues that this government has increased scholarship offerings from when we came into office of just around $1 million to over $2 million, where it stands now. But as you can see, if we're getting over 600 applications and we only have enough money for 70 odd awards, it's still not enough. And so when this opportunity came, one of the first things I said was, how can we get some more money for scholarship recipients? These recipients are being contacted now, even though people have heard this and they're starting to apply, but we had this whole list already. And so we're going through this list and started to contact people already to say, hey, we have some additional funding. The additional funding that we got was $50,000. We estimate that can be anywhere from 5 to 10, depending on how much money people actually need. The max award that we can give is $10,000, but some people don't need that much as we move forward. The part about dyslexia in schools, that is funding directly for the reading clinic. We understand the reading clinic is the entity that tests for dyslexia, provides assessments through there, and also provides courses and different things for parents to use. And so this is to actually strengthen that process. And what they found is, what they came and said, although they charge for these and although we do give them a grant, there are still some parents that just can't afford the services. And so this was additional monies, they said, that they could use to provide these services at a lower cost for parents who could not afford. The program that we're talking about, the iPlay program, is programs that operates within our preschools. And so what was made aware to me this year was all of the preschools had the iPlay program except St. David's Preschool. And so this would make sure that St. David's Preschool gets the benefit of the iPlay program that is done through the reading clinic. The next one was about the debate process. This is a program that one of our male primary school teachers brought to us earlier on in the year, and we always knew that this is something we were looking for, and it came after we had done the budget, after the budget had passed, and we said, listen, if we could find the funding that you're asking for, this is a program that I really wanted to do. And so ironically, we were already looking within to see where we could move money around to actually do this program, and then the additional supplementary came up, and we immediately said this is one of them. The recruitment for this started last week. And so it's in train. I believe in about 2 weeks they'll have a big gathering, and what they're trying to do is get anyone that in the public school system between 11 and 14 to fill out the application. It's online on Bermuda Gov Forms website. Fill it out and come on, and we'll take you on. And they've set up training. They've allocated training sites that'll be in the east, the west, and central, and they'll do this once a week, or leading up to a grand competition in March. The winners will receive prizes, and we're also looking at how we can put together a package where some of these participants, some of the top participants actually travel to see some debating competitions overseas for that. The uniform vouchers, I spoke to these this morning, And this is something that we've wrapped into education reform. And what we want is we provide uniforms for schools that close, and student and parents have to get all new uniforms because they're moving to another school at the primary level. This is the first time we've done it at the senior school level. And this is particularly for students moving from parish schools / middle schools into senior school. We recognize that because we're starting the 5-year program, there will be M2s and year 8s moving, and this is a year earlier than they normally would move. And so we want to put this in place to say, here's something to assist you because you're doing this a year early. But also, I did mention this morning that this is something that will become standard as we move on. This is not a one-shot thing. In fact, all of these programs are not one-shot. This is programs that will continue consistently every year from now on. The last one was about the Bermuda College. The Bermuda College, we did provide Bermuda College with $690,000 this year for repairs, and they did come back after the fact and said, "Hey, if there is any additional funding, we definitely could use it to fix some more of our buildings." And again, this was one of the things that this is here. Other than that, it would have waited until the next fiscal year for them to do that. So there is definitely some repairs that need to be done up there. I visited the campus, and we were happy to give them the money early this year so they could fix some roof issues in Tech Hall. But this is going to be doing some other things that they could have maybe held off on, but we have the opportunity to actually tackle it now versus waiting till later. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair. I think that was all of the questions.
Any further questions? Ben Smith, MP.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I thank the minister for his thorough answers to the questions. The only follow-up question was based off of the assessments and the backlog, and the fact that we're now going to go to the private sector because we've been waiting for quite some time to be able to fill that post. If the minister could just explain to us whether there's a thought that potentially you're going to want to extend this process with the private sector because it's taken so long, and you don't want to end up with a backlog going forward. So once you've cleared the backlog, you don't want to end up back in this position. So if the minister could just speak to that, considering that I am in strong agreement with him that these assessments at that young age is critical for our education and our young people going forward. So thank you.
Minister.
Thank you. Thank you for that particular question. The idea is to really look at child development program to see how these can be. We recognize that what we're doing now in some cases is not sustainable moving forward, and a redoubled effort needs to be brought into play to actually address these concerns. So that is also part of this. How do we move forward and actually recruit? It is something quite difficult, as I mentioned with the you did not ask, but I mentioned with the Dame Marjorie Bean. We're supplying therapeutic services that we are finding it's just difficult to recruit medical professionals, like that. And so what we're finding out is that we can have these combination of utilizing services that already do exist to kind of help us out now. But there really is a plan that is being looked at and how it can be put in place to bring these types of things in. So for example, for Dame Marjorie Bean, we're looking at how can the Department of Education hire its own therapists versus the Department of Health hiring them, and then we're using them. So those are the types of things that are being looked at now.
Thank you, Minister. Any further questions, comments? There appear to be none. Minister, you want to move?
Yes.
Items 3 and 9 and head 16.
Yes. Mr. Chair, I now move that head 16 and head 65, which is items 3 and 9, be approved and stand as part of the supplemental.
Are there any objections to that? There appear to be none. Approved. The next minister who's doing Minister of Health, the Deputy Premier, the Honorable Walter Rabon, will lead this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that heads 21, 22, and 24 be taken up for consideration for the supplementary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the Ministry of Health is happy to announce a significant investment in the amount of $2,290,000 in a comprehensive program for mental health support initiatives between now and March 30th, 2025. Our goal is to create a Bermuda where mental health concerns are met with understanding, not stigma, and where everyone has access to the support they need in their communities. We understand that mental health challenges can affect anyone, anywhere. Globally, 1 of 4 people will experience a mental health issue at some point in their lives. Sadly, stigma and discrimination often prevent individuals from seeking help, leading to unnecessary suffering and delayed treatment and recovery. We are committed to removing these barriers and fostering a culture of compassion and support. Mr. Chairman, the proposed initiatives funded by the Ministry of Health and in collaboration with various stakeholders aim to create a holistic approach to mental well being. We will launch a comprehensive mental health awareness campaign to educate the public, challenge stigma, and encourage help seeking behaviors. We will also support the implementation of a suicide prevention strategy focusing on both prevention and protective measures, and will establish a community outreach program to engage with community leaders, share information, and support resources at local events and conduct need assessments to ensure our services are tailored to the unique needs of our community. Mr. Chairman, the ministry is also excited to announce that the implementation of a national health advocacy program modeled after the successful mind.org.uk initiative, but adapted to meet Bermuda's needs. This program will include a biannual national conference, a structured school program for strengthening mental health literacy, mental health first aid training, and comprehensive awareness of and education initiatives. In addition, we will be supporting the Mental Health Gap Action Program, MHGAP, led by the Bermuda Hospitals Board. This program will focus on integrating mental health services into primary care and training non specialist healthcare workers for early interventions to detect and address mental health concerns, ensuring the mental health support is accessible to all. Mr. Chairman, we are also committed to supporting our young people. For Ministry of Health will be piloting a school-based health behavior intervention program to equip school-based health professionals with tools that need to support student mental health well-being. And we will be hosting a youth mental health summit to enhance mental health literacy amongst adolescents, raise capacity for peer support skills, as some young persons will reach out to friends first, and that friend may serve as a link to external resources for help. Empower them with essential social emotional skills and connect them with available mental health services. Mr. Chair, we recognize the invaluable contributions of our community partners. We will be providing grant funding to organizations such as AIDS Concern, the Family Center, the Women Resource Center, and Teen Services, Teen Haven, to support their vital work in mental health and substance use support. We are also committed to strengthening our own capacity to provide mental health services. We will be allocating funds to recruit additional staff for our Department of Health clinics, including a trainee medical officer, health visitor, community health worker, and 2 speech language pathologists. And we will be establishing a discretionary emergency fund to cover costs associated with complex cases that require both mental health and social support. Madam Chair, sorry. The following list describes the earmarking of 2,290,000 in funds for the program of mental health support initiatives. A significant investment of 400,000 will be earmarked for multifaceted mental health awareness campaign to establish collaborative and sustainable suicide prevention initiatives, reducing risk factors and bolstering resilience within the community. The National Health Advocacy Program, mirroring the successful program in the UK, mind.org.uk, but tailored to Bermuda, will be launched with a budget of 200,000. To bridge the gap in mental health provision, 350,000 has been allocated to the Mental Health Gap Action Program, MHGAP. This program focuses on enhancing the capacity of healthcare practitioners through the continuing medical education of the MGAP tool, thereby facilitating the integration of mental health services in primary care settings. Additionally, a pilot school-based health behavior intervention program will be developed at a cost of $100,000. This program will equip those working with adolescents to cultivate safe and supportive environments that prioritize mental well-being. The two-day Youth Mental Health Summit will be funded with $70,000. The summit is designed to significantly enhance mental health literacy amongst adolescents, empowering them with the knowledge and skills to navigate their mental health journeys. The Ministry of Health has also recognized the invaluable work of key helping agencies, allocating $420,000 in grants. These grants will support AIDS Concern Family Center, the Women's Resource Center, Teen Services Teen Haven in their tireless efforts to address mental health challenges within the community. Madam Chair, to bolster the capacity of the Department of Health clinics, $350,000 has been allocated to recruit and fill currently vacant but unfunded clinic posts. Finally, Madam Chair, a discretionary emergency fund of $400,000 has been established to provide crucial support for complex cases involving mental health and social needs. This comprehensive funding strategy reflects a strong commitment to enhancing mental health support services across Bermuda. Madam Chair, the Ministry of Health is dedicated to making a real difference in the lives of those affected by mental health challenges. We believe that through sustained collaboration, innovation, and steadfast commitment to compassion, we can create a Bermuda where everyone feels supported, empowered, and hopeful. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I offer the floor for consideration of the supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any other members who wish to speak to Head 22? I recognize member from constituency 12, the opposition whip. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Let me first say that, frankly, it's very good to hear this and these monies being associated and allocated, I should say, to the care of mental health. I don't think there's any of us who have not recognized that this is becoming an increasing challenge, especially amongst our young men in particular. And so I'm in much agreement and quite pleased to see that we're making a really, really big push here, as it appears, not just in the money itself, but listening to the programs and the initiatives that are to come. I have just taken over this ministry as of a day or two, but what I guess my concern would be in the staffing for health clinics. At first, I thought, well, maybe these clinics are just temporary positions, but I was not sure. But the minister did say, standing in minister did say that there is a push to get more people hired, and I wasn't quite sure if they meant within Maui or if that meant actually within the health department itself. And maybe there's a split up between the two. I don't know. Wasn't quite clear about that. So it'd be nice to understand a little more about in the I guess the health department. How many people are we looking to get within there? And if it does also mean Maui, then how many we are looking there as well.
So, member, is that a question? Are you asking
yes,
that as a
yes,
question?
yes,
Okay.
yes,
I just
yes.
want the minister to be sure about that, so he can get you the answers.
He read through it, and I was trying to pick it up, but I wasn't quite sure if there was if the members that were being hired, and do they feel that throughout this year that realistically they will be able to fulfill those positions? that they are seeking out to fulfill, or will this take more than just this fiscal year and maybe move into another fiscal year of trying to staff up, understanding that it can be difficult at times to get qualified staff sometimes in these areas. The other thing, the minister gave a stat of 1 in 4. I'm curious as to whether or not we believe that that may be even higher because of the stigma in Bermuda, whether or not that potentially is more than 1 in 4 in Bermuda. Understanding, maybe it takes that into consideration. I don't know. But I will say again that this is important that we move on with this here. We continue to hear of the many challenges that people are having and the stigma. I'll speak personally. I grew up with someone that had challenges due to drug use that created schizophrenia, paranoia, and the likes. And it isn't always easy to deal with these things. So it looks like the Ministry of Health is taking this extremely serious, and I thank them for their efforts here. I look forward to hearing positive information in the future.
Are there any other members who wish to speak to Head 22? I don't think he's read 24 yet. No. You read
Madam Chair, I put down to consideration all the 3 heads.
Oh dear,
21,
my apology.
22, and
Thank you for
24.
that, Minister. Are there any other members who wish to speak to Heads 21, 22, and 24? Thank you for that clarification. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you for the question from the honorable member. In fact, the monies is going toward, as I stated in my brief, training of non-specialist healthcare workers for early interventions to detect and address mental health concerns. And also there'll be additional funding to support training, medical officer, health visitors, community health worker, and speech language pathologist, all areas that need to have additional areas of the need for additional like support. The expectation is that recruitment is now for 5 posts are actually going on right now. So this funding will greatly support the effort. So that that recruitment is going on as we speak. The honorable member also asked a question in relation to the statistics of 1 in 4. That was a global number. However, there are challenges with underreporting, and the numbers perhaps will be higher. I think if we're being frank, we know that the issues of mental health in Bermuda are often silently suffered and silently dealt with by families and individuals, and often don't come forth. And the effort, as I said in the early part of the statement, is to assist and put our resources to with making mental health more acceptable for people to understand and for people to be willing to come forward who are suffering, but also families and friends. As you know, we spoke of how having the support for the schools so that we can have training in schools and have the Youth Mental Health Summit to help adolescents who may have friends who are suffering to know how they can help their friends and perhaps report and to get them the counseling they need. So we know that those figures might change as things get more well resourced and we can get out into the community like our schools and with others and do more. Those statistics may change, but there's a commitment to like addressing, and we are supportive of the funds we're given, the like 2,290,000 through the supplement to actually begin those efforts. Thank you, Madam Chair. No other questions.
I was just going to ask, are there any other members who wish to speak to Heads 21, 22, and 24? I recognize the member from constituency 12, the opposition whip. Member, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. Just in relation to the hospital Maui, how are they doing as far as staffing is concerned? And more specifically, this 350,000 that's going there, is that more not necessarily for staffing, or is that more for programs and outreach?
Minister?
The 350,000 that is mentioned has to do with the Mental Health Gap Action Program, MHGAP. And just to repeat, if um, if I can, Madam Chair, the program focuses on enhancing the capacity for healthcare practitioners through their continuing education. That's what the 350,000 that was mentioned. So it's for continuing education across the mental health sector. If
I'll just. Are there any other members who wish to speak to heads 21, 22, and 24? There being none, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I move that heads 21, 22, and 24 be approved as part of the supplementary estimate.
It is been moved that 21, 22, and 24 be approved. Are there any objections? There being none, so moved. Thank you. Okay. We are now on the Ministry of Economy and Labor. I call on the minister of this said ministry to speak. Thank you, Minister.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I move item number 5, heads
44
and 60.
Yeah.
Madam Chairman, the requirement for supplementary estimates often indicates unforeseen challenges a ministry or department of government must meet in any given year. However, in this instance, the Ministry of Economy and Labor will receive additional funding to further boost its budgeted activities. The Ministry of Economy and Labor has a department and a section included in Supplementary Estimates 1 for fiscal year 2024-25. Mr. Chairman, in the case of the Department of Workforce Development, the additional sum is in the amount of $210,000. For the Consumer Affairs section, the additional sum is in the amount of $250,000, bringing the supplemental total for the Ministry of Economy and Labor to $460,000. Mr. Chairman, the purpose of the additional funding of $210,000 for workforce development is to extend apprenticeship opportunities, fostering skills developments in trades, and streamlining processes for national certification. Working with the newly constituted National Certification and Apprenticeship Board, the department is responsible for local and overseas apprenticeships, training, and internships. The additional funding of $210,000 will boost the current allocation of $210,000 to a total of $420,000. The extra funding is earmarked for 3 in-demand career pathway programs of construction, renewable energy, and hospitality. Introduction to construction. The objective of this program is to provide participants with foundational construction skills and guide them into specific apprenticeships in plumbing, masonry, or carpentry. The format of this training is unchanged from the 2023-24 budget year. Workforce Development will expand the program to place more participants in apprenticeships for specific trades once introductory training is complete. Number 2, solar panel installation. The objective of this training is to equip participants with the technical skills needed to install and maintain solar panels, preparing them for careers in the growing renewable energy sector. The solar panel installation training also serves as scaffolding or continuing education for electricians by expanding their skill sets to include the installation, maintenance, and regulatory aspects of solar energy systems. The department will expand current plans to include more participants for this training and will ensure participants receive a level 1 certification. Hospitality training. The objective of this program is to offer a comprehensive training for individuals interested in careers in hospitality. Based on the information provided by the Bermuda Hotel Association, the training will focus on front desk concierge work as well as housekeeping. The department was working towards implementing this training in the new budget year. However, additional funding provided. Now, workforce development will be able to start earlier and get participants ready for the 2025 season. Madam Chairman, these initiatives aim to provide practical participants with foundational skills, hands-on experience, and access to long-term career opportunities in their respective fields. As all these initiatives either have been done before or were already in the pipeline, workforce development can implement quickly to utilize these additional funds. Mr. Chairman, further supplemental funding of 250,000 will assist with additional resources for consumer affairs action, which also supports the cost of living commission. The Consumer Affairs section is responsible for the Consumer Protection Act, Debt Collection Act, Cost of Living Commission, Rent Increase Control Act, Copyrights and Design Act 2018. It also supports 8 statutory boards, panels, and tribunals. Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairman, Consumer Affairs works to carry out investigations, gather evidence, take witness statements, issue enforcement orders, notices when necessary, prosecute offenders who contravene the various acts, provide conciliation, mediation, and guidance in respect of complaints from consumers, businesses, landlords, and tenants, ensure consumer products are safe and adhere to product safety codes, and packaging addressing recall where necessary. Adjudicate rent increases, conduct rental unit inspections, ensure the security of tenants' rights, and safeguarding tenants against evictions and unlawful reasons, and carry out administrative and enforcement functions of its boards, appeals panels, licensing authority, tribunals, and support the cost of living commission. And this is not an exhaustive list of the section's responsibilities, which extend to market research, public education, and more. Madam Chairman, the level of work activities tasked and charged have grown over time as additional legislative roles and responsibilities have been assigned to consumer affairs section. This additional funding provided will now enable the consumer affairs section to right size its resources to match its obligations. Madam Chairman, the operating expenditure for the Ministry of Economy and Labor included the supplemental of $460,000 in supplementary estimate number 1 for the fiscal year 2024-25. This brings the ministry's budget to $24,353,000 from $23,893,000 as shown in the current budget book. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. The minister has put heads 44 and 60 up for consideration. Are there any other members who wish to speak? I recognize the member from constituency 10. Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I applaud the efforts regarding the training programs with the apprenticeships. I'm spot on with that. It's recognized as a need, and it has for some time. So I'm really happy that there's a comprehensive program for that. I have one question as relates to Ministry HQ number 44, and the Honorable Minister remarked right size resources for obligations. Does that mean for new staff or infrastructure? Just for clarification. Thank you.
Minister, do you wish to speak now, or you want all questions put to you before? Okay. Are there any other members who wish to speak to heads 44 and 60? I recognize the opposition leader. You have the floor, member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As it relates to head 60, I have questions relating to, and this is fairly simple. Would the Honorable Minister be able to provide how many new apprenticeships will be available? That is, how many spaces for apprenticeships will be provided for under the additional funding, as well as if you can clarify the new training courses are intro to construction, solar panel, and he said hospitality training, if that's the limit of the new training courses available. Under head 44, he'd mentioned the work or the ongoing work of the Consumer Affairs Department. I was just kind of cross-checking the budget book, specifically under performance measures. Would the Honorable Minister be able to indicate what's the demonstrable work that the extra funding will do? And if any of that will be new work? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. Are there any other members who wish to speak to heads 44 and 60? At this time, there seems to be no other members. Minister?
Madam Chairman, I thank the members for their questions. As it pertains to the Department of Workforce Development and the um, if Member King can restate his question, it just slipped my mind.
Member Keen, sorry, could you could you please oblige
Got
the
jokes.
minister?
Yeah, no worries at all. I was referring to number 44, right sizing resources for obligations. So I was wondering if it's was speaking to staff and infrastructure or a combination of both. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that question, and right sizing was the appropriate term to use. The Consumer First Department would have been under a management service review to determine its current resources versus its legislative responsibilities. In that management service review, a number of gaps would have been identified as it pertains to the huge and expanding remit of the consumer affairs section underneath the ministry. This will actually allow us to clear some of those gaps. So it is technology gaps. There is also human resource gaps, and so it's a combination of multiple resources that are required. You would know that we pass cost of living legislation, and part of that legislation is even for us on a monthly basis to produce for the public food prices and the changes in food prices, so that for the fixed basket of goods, so that members of the public can keep abreast of the changes in that basket of goods that was agreed to be no duty rates. You would note there is currently not a system tracking, monitoring, and promoting that to the department. What we recognized is that was a major undertaking that the department didn't have the resources to execute. So that's just one practical example of the work that will be done in that particular space. When we talk about workforce development, the amount of apprentices actually vary because each contract is different based off of the employee and employer needs. And so they are done on individual assessments. And so it's no guarantee how much persons can actually be able to take advantage of the additional funding, but the additional funding will definitely create more opportunities. When we looked at the areas, these programs that we were anticipating running, they're all high demand areas, whether it be construction, and we want to create a bridge for persons to get acquainted with the industry and then progress to apprenticeships. I think it's sometimes difficult to close the gap between high school persons who are graduating from high school or career changes when they haven't had the introductory skills to be successful in the industry. Now we're going to provide the introductory skills, and once you determine whether or not plumbing is more suitable for you, or carpentry or masonry, then you can then apply for apprenticeship in that area. And what we will do is work to connect individuals with um, employers. When we look at the hospitality training, that was a demand coming from industry. We recognize where gaps are in that area as well, and so we will expand funding on ensuring that we progress in that. And kind of the solar panel tree training is kind of a no-brainer in terms of that being a growing and budding industry. The good part of this is that we're not just looking for new persons to enter the industry, but there are a number of electricians that have the skill sets, but they haven't had the additional training to so that they can shift into solar panel installation, and that's something that we certainly want to do. What we recognized is that we will always have gaps in the supply and demand of skilled labor in Bermuda. We want to take a conscious and approach to ensuring that we put people on pathways so that we can get more people in the skills trades. Part of the challenge that we even had at Bermuda College as it pertains to the technology programs that are held there is that we don't have enough persons going into the cohorts for the classes to run successfully. And that's why we start to integrate the high school students in to beef up the class size so that persons, adults who are out of the school system, can actually take advantage of the training that exists within that particular area.
Minister, is that it for your
But
responses? Shall I check and see if there are any other
I
questions?
think a question was just asked about participation, the construction training. The classes can be facilitate between 10 to 15 participants at any given time. But what you can do is run multiple courses, and so we will do cohorts of 10 and 15 because that's manageable for the instructors. And based off of need, we'll continue to run multiple courses.
That it. Thank you, Minister. Are there any other members who wish to speak? I recognize the member from constituency 10. Member Keen,
Thank you,
have the
Madam
floor.
Chair. Understanding trades allow persons who have different learning styles and skills and ability to actively engage in the workforce and become financially empowered. Has there been consideration to offering those courses at the Department of Corrections as well as part of the, as part of the curriculum as well, and the Department of Child and Family Services in the residential home and care facility? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I can't directly speak to that, but what I would say is there are a number of individuals who are going up for parole, and as a condition of parole is employment. And so the Department of Workforce Development, I've asked them to work directly with the prisons to position persons to take advantage of opportunities and position themselves for opportunities. Whether it's directly linked with this training, I can't say there's a direct connection with this particular training I spoke about. But what I do know is that my officers within the Department of Workforce Development are liaising with the prisons to better prepare individuals so that they can be better positioned for when they have the parole hearings with being connected with jobs within the world of work.
Any further speakers? Brother Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As a hospitality man yourself, I think this question would interest you. The Honorable Minister spoke about comprehensive training that was requested from the Bermuda Hotel Association. It includes front desk, housekeeping, etc. There's in a hotel property, I was bar porter in one bar, but that by no means meant that I could work on the front desk, and I'd probably get lost finding my way to housekeeping, to be frank. So it's a lot of different stuff in one hotel. What's the training entail that the Bermuda Hotel Board wants? Is it one course and they're covering everything in the hotel, or are they doing one course for every, let's say, 5 functions that are in a hotel-ish?
Minister.
There are different training that is required for each discipline. The training that you will receive for front desk and concierge is not the same training you will actually receive for concierge, but I'll give you the key steps. What we've agreed to is a 10-week training program focusing on housekeeping and front desk concierge. And so the program will each one of those training programs will run for a 10-week period. We're looking at recent high school graduates as best as possible, and persons on personal employment programs. Persons on personal employment programs are disabled by the persons who are on financial assistance. Persons will receive both theoretical and practical sessions, including internships and on-the-job training. Focus on skills like gap services and soft skills such as communication is going to be built into that particular training. Then what we want to do is, after the training or as a part of the training, is offer internships and job placements so that persons are working directly in the industry. And then on an ongoing basis, we want to provide career coaching, resume building, interview and PAP, and then track placements and career advancements of participants. And so it's not as though we're just providing training and then letting them go. Is that we're going to provide training and then which better positions them for employment and then assist them in their journey to employment.
Any further speakers? MP Richardson.
Thank you. Two questions, Honorable Minister. Are there any certifications that are currently anticipated, that can currently be given, or that you can bring about in the future? And I noticed that you didn't mention food and beverage. So Bermuda Hotels Association didn't request food and beverage, folks. It just strikes me as something. It's a big part of a hotel.
There was already a way to serve a training that we actually run that was actually separate from this, and so we know that food and beverage is in demand, and there will be training associated with this. When we're talking about these particular additional fundings and the specific training, this is not the exhaustive list of training that the Department of Workforce Development would even is even going to provide. You will see that we had put out ads for people to do small and large appliance training as well. We recognize that that was a gap in our community as it pertains to people that can work in that particular service area, and we provided training with individuals. We supported bartenders, and we co-sponsor the Bacardi Shake Your Future bartenders, and we're running the third cohort of that, where persons go off to the UK and get certified in that particular area. You speak about certification. Most times we do look and to see if there is appropriate certification. The reason why we ensure that there is certification is because what we don't want to do is execute training, and then industry looks back at us and says, thank you for the training, but what you have done doesn't meet the scratch of what the actual industry desires. I'm not clear on the certification based off of what is actually provided her, but what I'll say is we certainly liaise with industry when we do the training, and those persons that will be working in establishments, they will be working directly with industry partners, so they are part of this particular process, so that we don't train persons and industry hills up their hands and says the training is not in alignment with what our expectations or needs are.
Any further speakers? There appear to be none. Minister, you want to move the item and the heads?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move item 5, which are heads 44 and 60.
It has been moved that item 5 and heads 44 and 60 be approved. Any objections to that? There appear to be none. Approved. The next is the great colonel in Public Works.
Chairman, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Chairman, the Minister of Public Works has identified a number of.
You got your mic on, Colonel? Your mic's on?
It is now.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, the Ministry of Public Works has identified a number of projects that meet the criteria to make Bermudians' lives better. The community enrichment projects that have been selected are primarily geared towards public safety, as it is fundamental to the well-being and quality of life of individuals and communities. It provides an environment where people can live, work, and pursue their aspirations with a sense of security and confidence. Mr. Chairman, with this said, the Ministry of Public Works is seeking approval for additional funding for 13 different enrichment endeavors under items 6, 10, and 11, heads 82 and 65, in the amount of $3,465,000, $600,000 of that in operational funding, and $2,865,000 in capital funding. Mr. Chairman, the Ministry of Public Works continues to recognize the importance of unobstructed and clean roadways in the public safety context. This is the rationale for requests for additional funding in the amount of $200,000 for vegetation clearing on tribe roads, which are not solely used by residents, but also emergency personnel when responding to incidents. The ministry is also seeking funding to hire 10 more solo sweepers at a cost of $200,000. These individuals will be contracted to maintain specific areas of the island for the purpose of clearing the streets of debris. You will notice these gentlemen across the island with their yellow works and engineering trolleys. The extra 10 workers will double the number currently working and is excellent value for money. Mr. Speaker, in the same vein as our tribe roads, The ministry also intends to clear our railway trails of overgrown vegetation. Therefore, a separate additional request is being made for $200,000 to effect this. These three items cover the $600,000 current request under item 6, head 82. Turning now to capital development, Mr. Chairman, I emphasize that these funds in the main are additional to the budgeted amounts in this year's annual budget and will allow us to increase the amount of work. I begin with public docks, which are utilized for a multitude of uses: fishing, swimming, boat pickups, and repairs, or just sitting to enjoy the view. We know activities such as summer camps, charities, and others use these docks to support their programming. However, we currently have docks that need both major and minor repairs to ensure safety of users. Therefore, the Ministry of Public Works is seeking an additional $400,000 to commence said repairs. The priority locations for these projects are Mangrove Bay Dock and Sands, White's Island Dock, and Ports Island Dock. Installation of additional streetlights on private roads in the amount of $100,000. While the ministry continues its efforts to address the state of our public roads by increasing our paving and the purchasing of new asphalting equipment, we must also focus on protecting our drivers with adequate guardrails to prevent individuals from hitting obstacles such as steep embankments, hillsides, utility poles, retaining, and bridge pillars. Hence, the request for increased funding to purchase additional highway-grade aluminum guardrails at the sum of $150,000. In addition to the wooden railings, these guardrails are being installed at select locations, areas similar to South Shore Road in Smiths and Happy Valley Road in Pembroke. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, the purchase of 10 new flashing pedestrian beacons for our crosswalks at the sum of $80,000. This will bring the total new purchases of flashing beacons in excess of 40 in the last 2 fiscal years. We have noted an increase in accidents that demolish these beacons, and we regularly pursue the culprits to pay for the replacement beacons with marginal success. The sites will include replacement beacons and new sites. Steel fencing and sidewalk repairs at Marsh Valley Road, St. John's Road intersection near the WER Jewel Tennis Stadium. A high-usage walkway for students of both the Berkeley Institute and Salters Grammar School, $180,000 to conduct these works. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, public parks are beneficial to communities because the open areas create a space for community members to congregate safely and enjoy nature. To encourage more usage of our public parks, the ministry is seeking additional funding for 2 overarching projects. 1, updating and installing the current fencing around parks. This is to further secure the parks from vehicular traffic, to protect users of the park and enhance the park's visual appearance. The request for this is $80,000. The second project is the replacement of old playground equipment at Shelley Bay, Somerset Long Bay, and Warwick Long Bay. The request for this project is $250,000. Mr. Chairman, there's an effort to utilize one provider of these playgrounds and negotiate so that we can actually get 4 as opposed to 3 for the $250,000. It is advised that the lifeguard tower at the Horseshoe Bay Beach needs replacement. Therefore, funding is being sought to replace this tower and changing room at $175,000. Mr. Chairman, as I said at the beginning of this brief, the community enrichment projects that have been selected are primarily geared towards public safety. However, one project is not specifically for greater public safety, but will focus on a secure level of comfort and support to our young persons between the ages of 18 and 24 years. Colleagues will recall the opening of the Independent Living Program for young people in March of 2023. This valuable program under the Ministry of Youth, Social Development, and Seniors helps those individuals who age out of the Department of Child and Family Services legal protection, but still require assistance transitioning to adulthood. In partnership with the Ministry of Public Works, the Bermuda Housing Corporation, and the aforementioned ministry, this program has a 24-hour secure facility in St. George's, which offers accommodation for up to 11 young people. To ensure that the mandate for this program is fulfilled, the building requires further upgrades to the ground floor. These renovations include a meeting room and offices, bathroom, a kitchenette, and a bedroom for staff of the Department of Child and Family Services and related supporting agencies. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the ministry is requesting funding for a grant to the Bermuda Housing Corporation, who are managing the works, in the amount of $450,000. Mr. Speaker, that covers the capital development community improvement projects totaling $1,865,000. Regarding capital development community private roadworks, Mr. Chairman, the ministry is seeking an additional funding of $1 million for private sector road paving. Over the past several years, there has not been funding for this purpose. So locations for these projects have been identified over the years, and area MPs will be contacted to begin the petition process in accordance with the Private Roads Improvement Act 1969. That act, Mr. Chairman, provides for the government to contribute to the improvement of private roads. The process is set out fully in the act, but it does require commitment from at least 75% of those properties that have frontage on the road. We are already advancing the list we have to begin the polling process. Mr. Chairman, we're committed to addressing the island's infrastructure needs and improving the quality of life for Bermudians. These funds will go some way in assisting in that mission. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Minister. Any speakers on these heads? MP Cannoneer.
Yes.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Under the Department 82-6, Ministry of Public Works, the minister mentioned the railway trail, and I can't remember the allocation for the railway trail exactly. 200,000. Yeah, that's okay. How much area are we talking about covering, or is this kind of like just tidying up the whole railway trail, or is this more of a specific area that is maybe falling behind, that needed a bit brushing up? And as we go forward, are we potentially looking at beefing up the allocation during budget period, just to ensure that this maintains itself? The minister was very detailed as far as the capital development is concerned for Department 65 on the Public Works Headquarters and Works and Engineering. What I wasn't sure of was for the private roads, did that include asphalting as well? And that's all my questions.
Okay. Any further speakers? Colonel?
Mr. Chairman, so the railway trail, this is in addition to the funding that's already provided for railway trails. And if you've been on any of them, they're all in a state of disrepair. And so currently we employ the normal workers at parks to do it as overtime. That clearly is not working as well as one would expect. And so this $200,000 is to allow us to hire private sector people to help in that regard. And so what we're attempting to do is to utilize the pre-qualified small contractors that we had in the ministry, and say we are going to pay X amount of dollars for you to deal with Y amount of space on the railway trail. And then try and divvy that amount, that $200,000 up amongst as many of those contractors as we can. I can't remember what your last question was. It was easy. Oh, private roads. Oh yeah, no, that's the only thing it's going to do. It's asphalting, and so the process is that there is a formula that sets out what the government will contribute to pave the private roads. And MPs generally canvass all the people that are on the frontage. And once you get to 75% of people that are saying yes and pay, we can then proceed in doing that work. And so we have about 27 roads that have been requested over the years that we've not been able to address. And so we're going out and getting quotes for those and then submitting that information to the various MPs to be able to go and canvass and see if we can't get some of this work done. I can tell you that the government whip about 2 years ago went through the whole process. So he's first in line already. He just has to go back and say, do you want to pink up? And so, yeah, it's to pave roads.
Any MP King?
Understanding that some of the monies is being allocated for paving of private roads, is consideration also being given to making the private roads safe in the constituency as well? In C10, there's a particular road that needs attention.
Mr. Chairman, I'd invite the MP to submit that request. If it's a safety issue, then it takes a higher priority than falling in line for road paving. We have several of those on a regular basis, private and public. Those who live in the West will know that yesterday we closed the lane on Harbor Road, where a private wall was in danger of immediately collapsing, and so that was carried out overnight in conjunction with the homeowner, who was well on side in terms of paying for it. But the Public Works' responsibility is to go out and do the assessment and make the recommendation. So if he reaches out to the PS of Public Works and gives us the details, then we'll go out and do an assessment and then address it.
Any further speakers? The pretty being on. Colonel, you want to move this?
Chairman, I move that items 6.
Your mic's not on, Colonel.
Items 6, 10, and 11, heads 82 and 65, be approved.
Are there any objections to that? There are none approved. The next up is Youth Social Development and Seniors to Ms. Fairbairn. Springman Fairbairn.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, I move that heads 86, 23, and 55 be now taken under consideration. Mr. Chair, I'm also going to, if you allow me to do the capitals as well.
Yes, please.
Mr. Chairman, this government is unwavering in its commitment to social investment, ensuring Bermuda's vulnerable population groups receive the essential services and programs they require throughout their lives. These groups include our children, youth, vulnerable adults, seniors, and persons with disabilities. Our initiatives are designed to support their well-being through the lifespan. Mr. Chairman, I believe that all members of this honorable House will concur that the recent tragic events that have impacted our Bermuda community, events involving our children, young men, and families, have touched all of our hearts, leaving us with a sense of despondency and perhaps hopelessness. Consequently, more must be done, more must be invested in our families, more must be provided for our children, and more must be implemented to strengthen Bermuda's social sector support system. Mr. Chairman, the government's dedication to these efforts is steadfast, and we will continue to prioritize social investment to ensure every member of our community is supported and cared for. Mr. Chairman, given the mandate of this ministry, we are responding. The ministry's original budget estimate for the fiscal year of 2024-25 was 85,295,000 in current expenditure and 211,000 in capital expenditure. After assessing where the critical needs lie for more social services, the ministry requires a supplementary budget for this 2024-25 fiscal year in the amount of $3,262,000 in current expenditure and $1,227,000 in capital expenditure. Mr. Chairman, this supplementary will fund the development and implementation of targeted programs and services that will help strengthen Bermuda's social sector system and provide enhanced social services support for our children, families, seniors, and persons with disabilities. Mr. Chairman, let me detail how the supplementary will be allocated across each department head and then by programs and services. Of the $3,262,000 additional current expenditure, Head 86, Ministry Headquarters, $1,583,000. Head 23, the Department of Child and Family Services, will be allocated $768,000. Head 55, the Department of Financial Assistance, $911,000. The additional funding for Head 86, the Ministry Headquarters, of $1,583,000 will support expanded youth programs, extended programs, and professional services for persons with disabilities, targeted for daycare services for seniors with disabilities, as well as the provision of food services for families and that are food insecure, and housing services for persons who find themselves suddenly homeless. Mr. Chairman, a grant of $25,000 will be given to Eliza Doolittle Society, which plays a pivotal role in helping to ensure individuals and families facing economic hardships have equitable access to nutritious food. Their food pantry plays an important role in addressing community health disparities through foods and related services provided, such as the Health Bag Program, which provides on a weekly basis healthier food options to empower individuals and families to make healthier food choices. Mr. Chairman, the ministry continues to collaborate with charitable organizations to execute action items in the plan to end homelessness in Bermuda. The allocation of $700,000 will help fund some of the action items in the plan for the eradication of homelessness in Bermuda and operationalize supportive housing options and support tools to assist with early identification and prevention of homelessness. Mr. Chairman, the Office of Aging and Disability Services has been provided with an additional $120,000 to implement a hardship support service for our seniors who have no income and no family support. With seniors living longer and the higher cost of living, it is becoming difficult for seniors to meet their basic needs. ADS receives calls about seniors who need assistance with essentials such as food, electricity, and co-pays for health services and supports. There are also persons in the community who require care or emergency placement within a needed time frame. This fund will be used to help address these growing types of situations as they arise. Mr. Chairman, new initiatives will be set up at the K. Margaret Carter Center that will benefit persons who have disabilities. The KMCC clients have increased to 42 from 35. Several clients at KMCC now have more complex clinical needs that include complex physical health, complex behavioral needs, and complex social needs. KMCC will receive an additional $385,000. This will cover the hiring of a behavioral therapist, a full-time nurse, and 2 paraprofessionals who will be providing the needed clinical and behavioral services to clients. KMCC will also expand their hours of programs and services to clients and families from 2:30 to 5:45 p.m. Families find it challenging to have their loved ones at home during the day when they are working traditional hours, resulting in lower wages, and in some cases, clients are left unattended until their parents' caregivers finish work. Therefore, the program will be extended to 5:45 p.m. to allow families and caregivers to complete their full day of work and not to have to worry about their loved ones. Mr. Chairman, lastly, KMCC will be allocated $224,000 to establish a seniors daycare program for seniors with disabilities living in the community. The KMCC current programs are focused on life skills, vocational skills, and functional skills, which are not tailored towards meeting the needs of aging KMCC clients. To best meet the needs of the aging clients, a separate program will allow the focus to shift to their specific needs rather than the general day program focus. Mr. Chairman, the Office of Youth Affairs has been allocated an additional $129,000. $30,000 will be used to enhance the community enrichment programs for seniors, adults, and youth courses. The funds will be shared amongst the 3 community centers to purchase the needed materials, equipment, and supplies for programs facilitated. An estimated $82,000 will be allowed for extended day programs for children of shift workers at the Central Zone Community Center, extended weekend operation hours for the Western Zone Community Center, and expansion of the before, after, and out-of-school programs at the Francis Patton, Elliott, and Purvis primary schools due to the number of children on the wait list. The remaining $17,000 will fund a conference to consultation series for youth 18 years and older and establish a national youth policy board for the first time. Mr. Chairman, Head 23, the Department of Child and Family Services will use $1,768,000 of additional funding to deliver the following programs. A service that will readily support families in crisis who require hardship support. Sometimes families find themselves in sudden daily financial crisis with insufficient food, electricity, medication, or other unexpected emergencies. Having quick access to an emergency hardship fund provides immediate assistance to the families pending being accessed by the Department of Financial Assistance, if that is the case. Or in some instances, persons may not be eligible for financial assistance, but only need that one-off hardship help to keep the family stabilized and together. Vouchers will be secured at an estimated cost of $24,500 to support families in hardship who need immediate assistance. The Department of Child and Family Services will reintroduce the cross-ministry intervention team CMIT model of intervention to be called Intensive Family Preservation. My honorable colleagues may be aware that the CMIT model is a community-based intensive family intervention. The intervention follows a best practice model and is proven to be effectively improve family functioning, reduce removals to foster care, and avoid future incidents of child maltreatment. The model supports a home setting natural environment intervention for families, creating an atmosphere where a strong social worker client bond can be developed and where change can take place. In all developed countries, intensive home-based services exist for high-risk families. Intensive intervention refers to the frequency of contact with the client. With frequent contact, effective assessment and intervention increases, and the time frame towards reaching goals decreases. It is anticipated that a family will require a minimum of 5 hours face-to-face and/or telephone contact with the team per week. To remain effective and meet the objective, the maximum caseload of one social worker assistant team will not exceed 10 families. Therefore, additional staffing costs at an estimated $543,500 is needed to reinstate the CMIT model of intervention, comprising of 3 social workers, 3 social work assistants, 1 behavioral specialist, 1 mental health counselor, and 1 coordinator. The Department of Child and Family Services will issue a request of information to ascertain what organizations on the island currently offer domestic abuse perpetrator programs. This pool of organizations will then be asked to put forward proposals via requests for proposal demonstrating a best practice delivery plan of services for domestic abuse perpetrators. The Honorable House will recall in 2022, Safe Lives UK was commissioned to undertake a whole system review of the response to domestic abuse in Bermuda. The review revealed a lack of perpetrator services available on island. Safe Lives therefore recommended implementing perpetrator services and embedding these services within the criminal justice process through direct referrals and reporting systems for meaningful engagement. The 2022 Safe Lives report indicated that 1 in 4 perpetrators are repeat offenders. Some have as many as 6 different victims, only 1% of perpetrators receive any specialist services. An estimated $200,000 has been allocated to develop a comprehensive perpetrator response model for Bermuda with specialist treatment services and develop a media campaign for public awareness. Mr. Chairman, Head 55, the Department of Financial Assistance will use the additional $911,000 to increase the number of mental health sessions covered for FA clients to support the demand Mr. Chairman, investing in the well-being of our most vulnerable population stands as a testament to the government's commitment to fostering a compassionate and inclusive society. The Department of Financial Assistance has recognized its critical need for enhanced mental health services amongst its clients. Currently, the allocation of $840 per year permits only 4 mental health sessions per client. By increasing funding, the department can afford an increase in the number of mental health sessions for children and adults on financial assistance. Mr. Chairman, approximately 55% of recipients on financial assistance are seniors who require regular healthcare services. Some seniors at the King Edward Memorial Hospital can only be discharged if adequate home care is guaranteed. By allocating additional funds for personal home care, the rising demand can be addressed, easing the strain on nursing and rest home facilities that are nearing capacity. This initiative will ensure that seniors receive the necessary care at home, thereby freeing up beds for those with more acute clinical needs. Mr. Chairman, a personal care allowance of $100 per month will be provided to FA clients in rest homes and nursing homes to ensure they have the personal care, toiletries, and products needed. Residents in nursing and rest homes lack the funding to purchase personal care products and services. This allowance will cover the critical gap identified. With this monthly personal care allowance, FA clients have access to the basic care products they need, contributing to their comfort and quality of life. Mr. Chairman, this supplementary budget is a strategic social investment to strengthen our social sector services and not merely expenditures. The additional funds for each of the initiatives are vital commitments by the government to support our vulnerable population groups and mitigate any hardship that they are experiencing. By addressing these critical needs, we pave the way for a more equitable and supported community where every individual can thrive. Mr. Chairman, the capital funding supplementary of $1,227,000 will fund the following: the purchase of 2 vehicles for $60,000 needed to support the Sept model of intervention program. Repair and maintenance upgrades estimated at $257,000 needed for the 3 youth community centers. Renovate and redevelop the existing woodshop room at the KMCC with a new bathroom estimated at $60,000 to facilitate offering a day program for seniors with disabilities. And commence planning work estimated at $850,000 that will lay the foundation to ensure seniors have greater access to daycare services, thus providing more daycare options for families. This completes the explanation of the 2024-25 supplementary estimates for the Ministry of Youth, Social Development, and Seniors. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Minister. Any further speakers? The chair recognizes the honorable member, Mr. King.
Chair. Regarding the initiative for the seniors, absolutely, we support that. With regard to the CEMA program and the vehicles, are they going to be electric vehicles or? No, sorry. Thank you. Are they going to be electric vehicles? I'm wondering about that. And the second question is, in terms of the budget allocation, is this going to be year over year? It's going to be the actual budgeted amount now as opposed to a supplement? Thank you.
Any further speakers? Minister Tanae Furbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will leave these vehicle selection to our very faithful civil servants and colleagues within Public Works, but I know government has made a commitment to increase their electric vehicle fleet. And the budget allocations, yes, are for year over year. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, if I may, and I thank the minister. Her answer is correct, and it is something that I neglected to include in my overview. But just for the information of honorable members opposite and those persons that are listening, these supplementary allocations are based on the fact that the revenue picture for the entire government is picking up and revenues built year over year. And so when we're talking about